Everything is working. Headset, Bluetooth, can you hear me? Everything looks good. Dang it! Headset, Bluetooth, can you hear me? Everything looks good. Dang it! Headset, Bluetooth, can you hear me? Everything looks good. Was that better? Okay, we officially started now. Oh, wow. Marty. Yikes. 31 degrees. That's too cold to do anything. There's an echo? Oh, there was an echo because my laptop, I forgot to mute it. So is it good now? I thought I could just turn the speakers off and not unplug them, but I had to unplug them. I'll get this all figured out someday, y'all. I promise. Okay, so we already talked about the X's in the chat. Schaeffer won the role of Patty Russell, a teenager who moves from Oregon to San Francisco to live with her sister Samantha, Sam, after the death of their parents. Schaeffer lived with co-star Pam Dauber during her work on the series. My Sister Sam was a hit, ranking in the top 25, but it was canceled halfway through its second season due to falling ratings. I didn't know that. I thought it was still going on and she was just getting so popular that she was doing a movie like in the hiatus period between seasons. I didn't realize that the show was over. But he had seen her in a movie. Like, I don't know when she got on his radar, but he had seen her in a movie where she'd done a nude scene or a sex scene or something, and so she wasn't his little sweet innocent Rebecca anymore, and that was what set him off. You lie to me. You lie to me all the time. Yes, Mindy. Mindy from Mork and Mindy. Okay, couple things before we start today. Well, more than a couple. My tech is all freaking out on me. Okay. Hey, Carla. Happy Wednesday. So, I got my new phone. I've got it set as a webcam. I don't know if you guys can tell any difference or not. When Jill came in Monday, she could tell I hadn't even told her anything about the new computer, and she could tell that I was using a different camera. So, hey, Michelle. Yep, Wild Women Wednesday. No, it's Hump Day. Well, I guess that would be the same thing, wouldn't it? So, but this is not going to be, I'm going to use my old phone as my regular everyday webcam. But the new phone is not activated yet. So, you started it, Marty. So, the new phone is not activated yet because to get the phone for free, I had to upgrade to the next higher package, which was like $10 more a month. And if I bought the phone, it would have been $8 a month. So I just figured, what the heck, I'll go up to the next highest package. But I don't know if you guys remember all the garbage. I was on the phone all day with those stupid people, and they still have screwed me over. Because if I switch to the new phone now, I lose. I just paid $35 on the 19th, I think it was. So I lose all that money because they're not going to like prorate it and refund me. So it's best for me to wait until the plan renews at the end of the month, or, well, the middle of next month, before I activate the new phone. Because then the new plan can start at $45 and then I won't lose any money. And it's so ridiculous. Because if I try to activate the new phone, it says it belongs to a different account. No, it doesn't. It belongs to my account. So I was going to go, it's a straight talk phone, I was going to go to Walmart. I called and I asked if anybody at Walmart could help me with the straight talk phone. And they said, oh, well, the girl that does it isn't here today. She'll be here tomorrow. The straight talk woman will be here tomorrow from 11:30 to 12. She's only there half hour a day. What the heck? So I was going to end the stream early today and then go to Walmart and get my phone figured out. But I think I'm just going to wait so I don't lose any money, since they've already told me twice now they're not going to refund that money. And I love it. I just found it this morning. I was playing with the stuff and I was like, oh, look, that's pretty here. So, I found a hearing that I would really, really like to watch today that starts at 10. And I thought, well, since I'm not going to go to Walmart, we'll do that. But then, as I was looking at the screen that said, notify me and all that, it all of a sudden said, this video is not available. And the chat disconnected. Because I was going to ask people in the chat, are we going to get to see this or not? And then all of a sudden it was like, you can't type into the chat disconnected. And I was like, no, I want to see this one. Because this happened in Florida, of course, in Hialeah, which is down by Miami. This is awful, y'all. But when I tell you, you will understand why I'm interested in it. Because I'm sure, as long as y'all have been watching me, I have mentioned that I love horror movies. So, you guys know I wear my Halloween shirt, which I haven't worn it in a while because I've been wearing Disney shirts. But, this 13-year-old boy eeked his mom. He wanted to be like Jason, Friday the 13th, Jason. And after he did it, he called 911 on himself and said that he did it. And his exact words were, I did a Jason. And the trial's going to be next year. But the hearing today is they're wanting to get his Google searches in, y'all. And they're gruesome. And I want to see this. I want to see this hearing so bad, and now I don't think we're going to be able to. But we're definitely going to definitely going to watch this trial next year. Let me see if I can. Oh man, I forgot Derek. Oh man, I already closed all the tabs with the articles and stuff. his mom's name is Irene Garcia. They don't have the same last name. He has a stepdad. She remarried, and she just had a baby when he did it too. He was 13. He's 15 now. The judge ordered him to be housed in an adult jail. And he's been in there for 2 years and going to go to trial next year. But there was one article that said his trial might be delayed because of the hearing today, and I don't know why. Oh, because one of his attorneys has to withdraw for personal reasons. But he's got a team of attorneys. I don't know if it's public defenders or if his family's got money or what. And they're also trying to say that he didn't do it, his stepdad did it, but there's GPS proof that his stepdad was out of the state at the time. So that's going to be interesting. So that hearing starts at 10. And like I said, I don't know if we're allowed to see it or not. I got all excited, and then they were like, oh, this video's unavailable. I was like, you're kidding me. Okay, so now we're going to get back to Robert Bardo. The last witness we saw was his sister.
Let me
Thank you.
over a little bit so the hook holds it.
I don't know who this is.
Thank you.
Do it like a telephone.
Better spell that last name.
Marta.
Ms. Marta, directing your attention to the date of July 18th, 1989. As of that date, where did you live?
120 North Suite,
Porter
sir.
covers me.
What apartment
Hi,
number?
guys.
Number 2.
Now, was that the apartment in the very front of the building?
It was, yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of photographs. First of all, these series of photographs of Mark Peoples, 29. I want to show you. You recognize your building here?
I do, yes.
And is your building shown as the center building in photograph B?
It is.
And is it also shown in photograph C?
It is.
Can you point out to the court where your window, your front window would be in photograph probably both B and C?
Right there.
All right, for the record, on the ground floor.
The ground floor,
Left
right
as
in the
you
front.
look at it of the entrance.
Can you also see it in D?
Right there.
Okay. And you recognize the front door to your building in these photographs?
I do.
And is that depicted in a central position in photographs E and F?
It is.
Now, was your apartment anywhere near the apartment belonging to Rebecca Schaeffer?
Right next door.
Okay, did you share a common wall with her?
We did. Our bedrooms backed up to each other. It was the common wall.
And how long had you been neighbors?
I think it was 8.5 months.
And would you see her from time to time around the apartment building?
Frequently, yeah.
To your knowledge, did she have a cat?
Yes,
What was its name?
Catherine.
Now, during the time that you lived there, from time to time, would you find scripts that had been left for her at the front door?
Yes.
Okay, and when I say the front door, of course, I'm referring to the door depicted in photographs E and F that you've indicated was the door to the building.
Yes.
So on occasion, they would, when you'd be in your apartment, could you hear Rebecca Schaeffer's buzzer?
Yes, frequently I would hear her buzzer and I would think it was mine. And that happened a lot because her buzzer, she was getting a lot of scripts and deliveries of scripts usually.
Okay, so on occasion then you would hear her buzzer ring And then later on, you'd see a script had been left at the front door for her. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then you'd pick it up and take it in for her?
Yes.
Was that a fairly common thing?
Pretty much so, yeah.
Now, I notice in photograph H of People's 29 that there seems to be kind of an old-fashioned device for an intercom. You see what I'm pointing to here?
Yes.
Did you in fact have an intercom in your apartment?
The intercoms never worked. I mean, they worked, I think, 30 years ago.
Have you lived there 30 years?
No. No.
So for as long as you've lived there, have the intercoms ever worked?
They've never worked.
So if someone buzzed at that front door, in order to see who was there, you had to go
You
to the
had
door.
to go out. Yeah.
You couldn't talk to them on the intercom.
No.
I'm going to show you two photographs, previously marked as People's 3 and 26, and ask you if you recognize who is depicted in these photographs.
Yes, that's Rebecca Schaeffer. Now, directing your attention to the morning of July 18th, 1989. The night before, you had not been in your apartment, is that correct? Correct.
But on that morning, did you come home?
I came home, and it was a street cleaning morning, meaning that if you parked before 10 o'clock on that particular side of the street, which was in front of my building, you got a ticket. So I came home at 5 minutes of 10 and sat in my car and waited till exactly 10 o'clock.
And did you park directly in front of your
Right in front of the building, behind a brown car.
And when it became, during the time you were sitting in your car, did you see anyone walking on the streets?
No, a neighbor from upstairs was going into the building at the same time I got out of my car.
That was the only person you saw?
It was the only person I saw.
At 10 a.m., then you got out of your car and another tenant was coming home at the same time?
Yes,
And did you walk to your front door?
I did.
And what did you do there?
Well, the girl upstairs was holding the door open for me, and I noticed that the front step was covered with junk mail and a lot of junk, advertisements and stuff. And I let her go in, and I said that I was going to bring all this junk around to the back and throw it in the trash, which I did.
You walked around to the back of the building and threw it away?
Yeah.
And then did you walk back around to the front of the
I
building?
did, because I don't have a key to the back door. I didn't at the time. So I came back to the front.
Okay, so when you came back to the front of the building, did you then go inside?
No. There was the sound of a kitten in the bushes. And so I went over to see what it was, and it was a tiny little month-old kitten. And I then went inside, and I got some cat food and brought it out to the kitten and put it in the bushes and went back into my apartment.
During that entire period of time, from the moment you got from the moment you arrived in your car to the front of the building till the time you finally went into your apartment for the second time. Yes, the second time. Did you see anyone other than the tenant who walked up the front walk with you into the building, in the front of your building or anywhere around it?
No, I did not.
Now, when you went back inside, where did you go?
I went directly into my bedroom to check my messages.
And did you check your messages?
I checked my messages. I had 3 messages, and when I finished doing that, I went to the closet and opened the closet I was going to change. My cat was crying to be fed because she hadn't had her dinner the night before. So I decided not to feed the cat. Instead, I was not going to change. I was going to go and feed the cat. At that point, I wasn't certain at the time, but I am now, that I heard Rebecca's buzzer. I thought it was mine because I had the closet door open, and when my closet door is open, her buzzer, the buzzer in the apartment next to mine, which was Rebecca's, you can hear the buzzer as if it's right in the room with you because it's a very thin area that separates her buzzer from my closet. The cat was crying to be fed. I heard her buzzer, and then I realized it was Rebecca's because I heard her come out of her apartment. I heard her door open. I heard her come out of her apartment. I started walking to the kitchen so that we were paralleling each other. Because at that moment, as I was walking down the hall, I thought, oh no, Rebecca's gone to look for her paper, to get her paper, and I think I've thrown it away.
It's a narrative.
All right,
Okay, so as she was walking in the outer hall, you were walking down your inner hall, mirroring each other's steps as you were thinking about telling her that you'd accidentally thrown her paper away.
Yes,
So you were approaching your front door,
I was.
and you heard her steps as she was proceeding down the hallway?
There are 2 steps that you're aware of. And I heard her come down those steps so that she and I were almost paralleling each other because I was thinking about opening the door and telling her that I inadvertently had thrown her newspaper away. But I didn't because the cat wanted to be fed and was crying to be fed. At the point that I got to my door is when I heard this blast.
Okay. So you were standing basically inside your hallway, and you heard Rebecca's footsteps pass your door?
Yes.
And how long after her footsteps passed your door did you hear the blast?
Split second, half a second,
Very fast?
very fast.
Did you hear any voices before the blast?
None.
Can you tell me what the acoustics are like in that area?
The building is very old, and it's like being in a fishbowl. You can hear a pin drop. I can hear, if I'm in my bedroom, I can hear people across the street in conversation.
So if there had been some kind of conversation between Rebecca and someone else at the door, from your position where you were in the hallway, you could have heard it?
I would have heard it.
Object to that is in conclusion. This witness is
Like being
certainly
in a
qualified to say
fishbowl.
what she believed she would have heard.
Or what
What
she
does that even mean?
thought occurred, but to make the blanket statement that you would not be able to hear a conversation, I think is inappropriate.
Well, it needs to be qualified in some way.
Yes.
Would you please do so?
Has anybody in
Objection
the
sustained,
chat
answer
ever been in a fishbowl before? Put a 1 in the chat
Have
if
you
you've
on
been in a
previous occasions
fishbowl.
been in your apartment and heard conversations occurring in that front foyer area?
I have.
And were they necessarily shouted conversations?
No,
You could hear normal speaking voices?
even soft speaking voices, yes.
And when I say the front foyer area, I'm of course talking about the area that's just behind the door in photograph F and just outside the door in photographs E and F.
Yes.
And on that particular day, ma'am, were your front windows open?
Yes, all the windows were open.
Did that also allow you to hear very clearly anything that was happening outside from the inside of your apartment?
Yes, it did.
Was that a particularly noisy morning?
No, it was a very quiet morning.
Given then the set of circumstances on this particular morning, and based on your observations having lived in your apartment for how long at that point?
5.5 years.
5.5 years. Had there been a conversation in normal speaking tones between Rebecca and another party standing at the door, could you have heard it from your position inside the apartment?
I could have.
And you did not hear anything?
I did not.
Now, the position you were standing at your front door, was that the closest position to the very front door shown in E and F of People's 29?
I'm not sure I understand.
Within your apartment, is that about as close as you can get to the front door area?
Yes, it is.
So within about a split second after Rebecca's footsteps passed your door, you heard a blast. Very loud?
Very loud. It was like a cannon blast, and in this particular hallway, it was extremely loud.
What happened next?
I dropped to my knees because the blast came through the door. It rattled the door and sort of knocked me to my knees, and I crawled to the other side of the door and ran to the bedroom and immediately got on the phone and dialed 911.
What happened next?
What happened is I was on the phone to the 911 people, and I heard, well, actually, as I was going into the bedroom, I heard the scream, one very loud, long scream. And as I was on the phone, there were more screams. And I mentioned to the people on the phone, "Can't you hear her screaming in the background?" And I got off the phone, and the phone rang right away as soon as I hung up, and it was a friend of mine calling, and I said, "I can't talk to you. Somebody's been..."
Wait, she said she dropped to her knees and then she crawled to the other side of the door. Was her door open? Like, so did she see him? Or did she just hear? Because my issue with the fishbowl thing was she said it sounded like being inside a fishbowl. Like, I get the fishbowl concept, like, you're on display, like you're behind glass on display for someone else to ogle you. Yeah, I get that. But what does the fishbowl sound like? So she said, like, she felt it, and it dropped her to her knees, and then she crawled to the other side of the door. So she had to have her door open, and then she crawled to her bedroom when she heard Rebecca scream. So that doesn't make sense. Unless he shot again. Like, how long did it take her to crawl to her bedroom? If the initial shot was when she was at the door, did he shoot twice? I'm confused.
Shot. And I went into the hallway, and I got down and sat against the door to try and hear anything. And what I heard was, actually, I have to go back, because I heard after the shot, I was frozen, and I fell to my knees, and what I heard was a commotion.
Can you describe that?
I can't distinguish voices. I just heard a combination of rustling, of commotion. That's the only way I can describe it. And voices.
Okay, when you say voices, are you referring to Rebecca's voice?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anything that sounded like footsteps leaving?
Yes, I heard a rustling that went round, that moved from the front and moved past my front windows, because I thought I should go to the window and see before whether they get away. I should go up there, but I was terrified, and I thought for a split second that what I should do is run to the front, to the living room window before these, whatever it was, so I could see, and I didn't.
Okay. You went to dial 911 at that point? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. After you dialed 911, you went back to the front door again? Your front door,
I went back to the front door, and I knelt down by the door and sat down then and tried to listen, and I just heard a moaning and a wailing.
Okay. Did you eventually go out of your apartment?
I stood up and opened we have a little window, a little latch open window in the door.
And what did you see?
I opened it up, and I was sort of knocked off my feet by the smell of sulfur gunfire. And then I knelt down again. And I listened, and I don't know how long it was. It seemed like a long time. I was just listening to make sure that everything was quiet. And then I opened the door and looked out because I expected to see what had happened. I expected to see it directly across the hall, in the apartment directly across the hall, and it wasn't. I didn't see the door was shut, and there was... So I looked around my door, and I saw Rebecca, and I called out to her. And I went out, and I just was calling her name over and over, and the fellow upstairs and the girl upstairs had come out almost at the same time, and they stayed upstairs, and they didn't know who it was, because they didn't know.
Her continuing narrative and now her attempts to indicate what other people knew or didn't know.
Please ask questions.
You want
Part about her saying what the other people knew upstairs will be stricken. Everything else will remain.
You walked out of your apartment then and you saw Rebecca. Can you describe her position?
She was lying in the entranceway. As you walk in the front door, there's a brick entranceway. She was lying with her head towards the stairs, the 2 steps up into my apartment area, and her feet were propping the door open. Her feet were...
Actually through the doorway.
Yes,
So the door was being stopped by her ankles.
yes.
Showing, you want to have a series of 8 photographs, I'd ask you marked as people's 32.
Just go ahead and testify for her.
Showing people's 32, now, can you tell me if you recognize the area depicted here?
Oh, yeah.
Is that the inside of your apartment building?
Yes. Yes.
Can you tell me whether you can point to what would have been Rebecca Schaeffer's doorway area in photographs? Excuse me, let me get closer. A and B. Yes, for the record, the witness pointed to photograph E and said, "That's mine."
To the right-hand side as you face it.
That is my apartment door.
And in photographs A and B, would that have been roughly the position standing outside of Rebecca Schaeffer's door, looking down towards the front door?
B, definitely, yeah.
The front door to your building, does it self-lock when it closes?
It does. It's supposed to. It doesn't always.
Does that mean then, does it close slowly by itself? It doesn't slam shut?
It doesn't slam shut, no.
So it self-closes slowly?
Yes.
Did the door, in fact, lock behind the tenant that went into the building before you that morning?
Yes, did.
And can the door be opened from the... Strike that. When you open the door from the inside, you just push it open, or is there something you have to do to open
You
the
have
door?
to turn the bolt above the knob
So you have
to open it.
You have to turn the latch to your right in order to, and then push the door open?
Yes,
So it takes 2 hands to open the door.
yes.
After you heard Rebecca Schaeffer's footsteps pass your door, did you hear her open the front door?
No, I did not.
Is that unusual in itself? I mean, does it make a lot of noise for the front door to open?
It often does, yes.
Does it all?
Yes, often does, yeah.
But you did not hear the front door open?
I didn't.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Marta, did you state what your occupation was?
I did not.
What is your occupation?
I'm a writer and an actress and a musician.
How many years as an actress?
20 years.
You've had a lot of experience working in front of cameras as a result?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to your normal routine. I take it that you were not in the habit of listening to your neighbors or trying to listen to your neighbors' conversations that they might have had with people at the door, things of this nature.
No.
And in fact, on this date, you had no real reason to try to listen to the activities of any of your neighbors on that particular day. Isn't that true?
That's true.
And I would take it that on this particular occasion, you were engaged in some activity, or were you just standing there seeing what you could hear?
At which point?
Well, let's back up then. You had just arrived at your home, correct?
Yes.
You entered into your apartment. What did you do at that point?
The first time I came in and went right to the kitchen and got some cat food and went out into the bushes to feed this tiny little kitten. And then I came back in. I went to my answering machine. I listened to my messages. I then went to the closet, opened the closet because I was going to change. But I decided to feed the cat.
And did you just... I'm sorry, go ahead.
The cat was crying to be fed, so I decided to feed the cat.
Your cat was making a lot of noises indicating, at least to you, that the cat wanted to be fed, correct?
Correct.
The cat was meowing, making enough noises that your attention was directed to the cat, and all of a sudden you directed your attention to the cat and you were going to feed it, correct?
Correct.
At that point in time, you were not attempting to listen to whomever might have been at the front door or knocking or buzzing, isn't that true?
That's true, but
You had no reason to do that at all.
no reason.
Okay, and in fact, when you first spoke to the police, you told the police you weren't even sure if you heard the buzzer. Isn't that true?
That's true.
And in fact, at the preliminary hearing, you testified you weren't even sure. You thought you heard the buzzer. True?
That's true.
And it isn't until here today in court at this trial that now you're certain. Is that true?
Well, it's been 2 years of thinking about it
Good Lord.
and over and over.
With the true again.
And so now thinking about it over and over again, now you've become more certain with the passage of time.
I have.
But at least you would admit that at least at the time when these events were freshest in your mind, your state of mind, your memory then was that you were uncertain, correct?
Correct. But the first thing I said to
Excuse me,
them,
there's no question pending.
I believe if the witness would like me to qualify or explain her answer, she should be permitted to do that.
In fact, I believe you weren't even sure at the time that it was even Rebecca Schaeffer that you heard walking down.
absolutely positive it was Rebecca.
Well, my question is this. At the time you were initially interviewed, you weren't certain at that time whether or not it was Rebecca Schaeffer.
I was certain.
Do you recall being interviewed by members of the Los Angeles Police Department, I believe on July 21st, 1989?
I guess. There were several interviews, so there were so many.
Yeah, just one, Your Honor. This is a little faded, so I just want to verify with you. Well, I said that I think that it may not have to tell. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? I can't tell whether it's supposed to be assigned or not. Ms. Marta, I would like to show you this statement form, and I would ask you to review that to see if it refreshes your recollection.
Can I speak to you?
No,
No.
you may speak to either counsel, but you can only speak to me in response to a question.
All right.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
She wanted to say that it
Well,
does.
because I couldn't see, the reason I was certain,
Do you remember now, after refreshing your recollection, that at least initially when you first spoke to the police, you thought it was Rebecca Schaeffer? You weren't certain. Is that true?
I guess that's true, yes.
Now, if I understood your testimony correctly, even though as you testified, the acoustics are such that you can hear a pin drop, at least you're willing to admit here today that you heard nothing to indicate that a door was being opened or a door lock was turning, anything like that, correct?
I didn't hear the door being opened, no. Not the front door.
Did you hear something at the back door?
No, I heard, when I was at the closet, I heard the door next door, which would be Rebecca's apartment, open. I heard a person come out of that apartment.
Did you hear that person, or did you hear footsteps walking down?
I did.
Out towards the front door?
I did.
Now, what period of time, give us your best estimate, what period of time transpired from that neighbor getting out of his apartment, walking out the front door to the time you heard the shot?
It was a matter of seconds. That is my best estimate.
Did you hear that person then?
You hold on a minute. She wants a glass of water.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, proceed.
Let me direct your attention to that. A matter of seconds between your listening to your neighbor, exit his apartment, walk down the stairs, go out the front door, and then you heard a gunshot. Is that your testimony?
I didn't hear anybody go out the front door.
Okay. Did you hear
I heard footsteps.
Where did you hear the footsteps?
As I was walking down the hall to the kitchen, first I heard footsteps coming down. There are 2 steps from my apartment to the next door apartment, which was Rebecca's apartment. There are 2 steps. I heard a person come down those 2 steps, and as I was walking down the hall, I heard that person walking on the other side of my hallway wall. And those steps almost paralleled mine. Because of a thought that I had. Do you want to hear what I thought?
No. I would ask you to recall in reference to whether or not you heard any conversation, as to whether or not it is true that at the time prior to the shot that you heard, prior to that time, you were not attempting or focusing your attention on any activities at the front door of the apartment. Is that true? Do you understand the question?
Was I waiting to hear something at the front door? Is that what you're saying?
Let me rephrase it. Prior to your hearing the gunshot, your attention was not focused on any activities that may or may not have been occurring at the front door.
No, it wasn't.
You were not attempting to try to hear anything at the front door, correct?
Correct.
And immediately prior to the shot being fired, your attention was focused on some other activity, correct?
I was walking into the kitchen, yes.
To feed your cat who was meowing, correct?
Correct.
Now, let me direct your attention to when you first arrived at your apartment. Where were you parked in relationship to the front door of the apartment?
I was almost directly in front of the apartment.
And is it true that you sat in your car and waited for a few minutes prior to entering your apartment?
I did.
And you could see the front door of your apartment?
I could.
Your vision was clear,
Clear, yes.
unobstructed?
Unobstructed.
And you sat in your car for a period of what? How many minutes, roughly?
5-6 minutes. I waited till exactly 10 o'clock.
Did you see anybody in front of your apartment, or did you see anybody in front of your apartment?
No, I didn't.
Did you see anybody in the street?
No, I didn't.
Now, you sat in your car for a period of 5 or 6 minutes. You had a clear view of your front of your apartment,
I
correct?
did.
Then, at approximately 10 o'clock or so, you got out of your car and went to your front door, correct?
I did.
Okay. Describe what happened then.
There was a neighbor who was coming. As I got out of my car, a neighbor from upstairs was coming at the same time, just ahead of me, to go into the building. She opened the door and left it open for me, and I saw that there was all this material, junk mail mostly, strewn
Sounds like
over
it.
the step, and I picked it up and told her that
Sounds like it.
I
It's
was
the
going to
loudest
throw
pen
this stuff
ever.
in the garbage, and that she should go in.
So you took a few minutes, I take it, to tidy up, gather these materials?
I did,
to
yes.
clean up. During that period of time, did you see anybody at all at the front of the apartment?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you remember seeing anybody at all in the street, or anywhere near the apartment?
No.
Okay, describe.
This is why there were so many blonde jokes back then. People like her.
For the court, what you did at that point. You gathered up all these papers.
Yes, I went around to the back of the building. The garbage is in the back of the building. There's an alleyway that separates the two buildings. I went around and threw all the stuff in the garbage, and then came around the same way on that same path around to the front of the building. As I was coming around, there was a little kitten was mewing in the bushes. I looked down and saw this little tiny kitten, and I spent a second just looking at this kitten, and went into the building and went into my apartment.
Now, during that period of time that you were walking along the side of your apartment to the back of the apartment, did you see anybody at all standing around?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody down the alleyway or down the side of your apartment?
No, I did
And
not.
as you returned back, did you see anybody standing at the front of the apartment or down the street?
No, I did not.
At that point in time, you entered your apartment, correct?
Correct.
Through the back door or the front door?
Through the front door.
Now, as you walked to the front door, again, you're in a position, I take it, to observe anyone who may be up the street or on either side,
No,
correct?
no. When in the entranceway, as you can see, the building, I mean, if you're walking into the front door, you can only see the sides of the building. You cannot see, and there are bushes to obstruct your view right here. So I couldn't see anything but either side of that entryway and the front door
When?
as I was walking in.
We have some photographs here of the apartment complex, correct?
Correct.
Now, looking at these photographs, it would be fair to say that as you're walking either from the side of your apartment to enter the front, you have to come out at least into the grass area, the sidewalk area?
Yeah, I thought you meant as I was walking into the building, because as I come round, yes, as I come round the building from the side, yes, I can see up the street in front of me and up the street. But going into the building, as I actually walk in the building, I can't see.
Now, I would ask you to listen very carefully to this next question. As you're walking from the side of your apartment, preparing to enter your front door of your apartment, Did you see anybody at all?
No, I did not.
Did you see that man, Mr. Robert Bardo?
No, I did not.
You're sure of that? Correct?
Yes, correct.
Let me digress for a moment. The district attorney brought out about the intercom. You knew that the intercom didn't work, correct?
Correct.
You knew that the intercom didn't work because you lived there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to the very first time that you went to that apartment to live or to reside there, would it be fair to say that you did not know whether or not the intercom worked?
Correct.
The only way to know whether it works or not is to go there and attempt to use it.
Correct.
The point I'm making is that you have to be familiar with that apartment house. You have to be familiar with the intercom system to know whether it works or doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Correct, yes.
On the issue of whether or not there was conversation prior to the gunshot, do you remember testifying at the preliminary hearing in this case?
Yes, I do.
Remember being asked certain questions about that issue?
I do.
I believe that your statement, at least at that time, was that...
Objection, I'm going to ask counsel to refer to the page in the line and quote it directly if it's going to...
Let me, I'll rephrase, Your Honor. I'll rephrase. Ms. Marta, you're not saying that there was or was not conversation. Isn't that true?
I'm saying I did not hear any conversation.
I want you to listen very carefully because I want to make sure that you understand my following questions. For the entire period of time that you had been parked in your car, for that 5 or 6 minute period of time, that entire period of time to the time that you went to the front steps of your apartment, gathered up the papers, during all of that period of time, including the time when you walked to the side and returned, did you ever see anyone waiting around the front of the apartment?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Robert Bardo loitering in front of the apartment at all?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Robert Bardo waiting in front or down the street of your apartment house?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Robert Bardo in a position where he appeared to you to be watching the apartment house where you lived?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Robert Bardo concealing himself or attempting to conceal himself in any fashion?
No, I did not.
So it's clear that through that entire period of time, you never even observed Robert Bardo anywhere near the apartment house, correct?
Correct.
And you've already told us that it was a very quick period of time, happened very quickly, from the time that you were in your apartment house to the time that you heard the shot.
Objection, that's vague.
Let me rephrase. Give us your best estimate as to the period of time that elapsed from when you entered your apartment to the time that you heard the shot.
This is my best estimate.
Now, just a moment. Are you talking about the first time she entered the apartment from her store, from the car, or the last time she entered the apartment just prior to the shot, or prior to the shot?
My understanding was that her testimony was that she had entered the apartment.
I heard her say she went in, got some cat food,
Yes.
came out, fed the cat in the bushes, the kitten.
Well, let's make it the second time that you entered.
Minutes.
Just your best estimate. I know it's been 2 years, but I know you've been thinking about it, correct?
Yes. It was a short period of time. My best estimate would be, at the high end would be 5, 8 minutes.
And the low end?
Four
that?
minutes.
Fine. I understand it's an estimate. Thank you, Your Honor, nothing further.
Last name's Marta, that's all I know.
In any
Hang on.
event, regarding that time estimate, it was enough time for you to go into your apartment, go to the bedroom, listen to 3 messages on the phone, go to your closet
Then
door,
Marta.
and then you heard the buzzer. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then after you heard the buzzer, you heard Rebecca's footsteps, you heard her door open, you heard her footsteps go down the hall. Is that yes?
Yes.
With respect to her footsteps, Ms. Marta, would you say that she had a distinctive way of walking?
Yes.
So was there something about the footsteps you heard that morning that gave you to believe immediately, that's Rebecca?
Yes.
And you had heard her footsteps enough times in that building to be fairly certain of that?
Yes.
With respect to the statement that you gave to Detective Andrews, did he ever ask you to sign that statement?
You mean the initial statement?
Yes, the statement that the defense attorney referred to. He showed it to you, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Did you sign that?
No.
Were you ever given an opportunity to review it
No, I was
or
not.
correct it
No, I was not.
or even to read it?
No, that was the first I saw it.
At the time that Detective Andrews interviewed you, ma'am, did he take notes in your presence? Do you recall
I
seeing these
can't
steps?
recall. I think he did, but I can't recall for sure, for certain.
So this is not a statement approved by you, this is his impression of what you said, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as you recall it now, there is no doubt in your mind that it was Rebecca Schaeffer who left her apartment.
No doubt.
Now, when you heard Rebecca Schaeffer's footsteps go down the hallway, and as they were passing your door, were you thinking about her?
Sorry?
As you heard Rebecca Schaeffer's footsteps go down the hallway and pass your door, were you thinking about her?
Yes,
You were thinking about telling her about her paper, is that right?
that's right.
So you were focused on her.
I was, because when I heard the buzzer, when I heard Rebecca, when I heard the familiar sound that I assumed was Rebecca, I thought right away, oh no, she's going to get her paper, and I threw it in the trash. I threw it out with all that garbage, and then I heard her move down. There's 2 steps. She moved a certain way that was very familiar. The sound was very familiar.
So you were thinking about getting to her to tell her about the paper, is that right?
That's right.
So you were focusing on her progress down the hallway.
I was.
So that you were focusing on her progress at the same time that you were telling us you did not hear any voices.
Yes.
Given the nature of the acoustics in your building as you've described them to us this morning, and based on your previous experiences in that building, did you ever have to make any effort to hear voices in the foyer?
Never.
So whether you wanted to hear them or not, you heard them.
Yes.
And you heard none on that particular morning.
I heard none.
And it was a very quiet morning, was it not?
It was a quiet morning.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
As far as your interview with Detective Andrews, you're not saying that Detective Andrews was putting words in your mouth at all, are you?
No, I'm not.
When you were being interviewed, was he suggesting to you what your statement should be in any fashion at all?
No, he wasn't, but there were so many interviews. What I remember initially was talking, and I can't remember if it was Mr. Andrews or someone else, but the first people that arrived, the detectives that arrived right away, the initial interview.
Would it be fair to state that whenever you spoke to the police, you were attempting to be as honest and as accurate as you possibly could be?
Absolutely.
And is it your testimony that when you were interviewed, the police allowed you an opportunity to tell them what you had observed or what you had heard?
Yes,
You're sure about that?
positive.
Now, when you heard the footsteps of Rebecca Schaeffer Your state of mind was that she was going to get her newspapers?
That was a familiar thing that she did.
Did you tell the district attorney that you were focused on her to the extent that you thought, oh no, she's going to get her newspapers that I threw away?
Exactly.
That's what you thought when you heard her walking down, correct?
Correct.
If you heard the buzzard ring, okay, but you now say you're certain that you heard, why did you not think that she was walking down to answer the buzzer to her apartment?
Well, when I heard the buzzer, I automatically thought, that it was mine. And then I realized, no, it's Rebecca's. Then I heard her come out the door, and the first thought that came into my head wasn't, she's going to the door. It was, there goes Rebecca, and she's going to look for a paper, and I threw it away.
Now, you recall that was your focus of your attention, correct?
Correct.
But at least at the time, initially, when you were uncertain whether or not you even heard a buzzard, would you not agree that had you heard a buzzard, actually heard a buzzard, wouldn't your thought process be that she was going to answer the buzzard when you realized it wasn't yours?
Yes, that would be initially, yeah, but,
But you didn't think that. That didn't come to your mind, correct?
well, I think that automatically that would come to mind because it's an automatic thing. But what the personal thing that came into my mind was that what I had maybe thrown her newspaper away.
In any event, when you were focused on Rebecca Schaeffer, you were focused not on what her activity was going to be or any interaction she might be involved in at the front door. Your only focus of your attention was that she was going to pick up some newspapers.
Exactly.
Nothing further.
Briefly. When you heard her buzzer, you were not thinking about who was at the door for her, were you?
I was not,
Because her buzzer would ring fairly often, didn't it?
fairly often.
And sometimes when the buzzer rang after she would go to answer or you would go to answer, there'd be no one there, just a script at the doorstep. Is that right?
That's right.
So when she was going out to answer the buzzer, might be no one there, might be someone there. But what you were thinking was she's going to go there and she's going to see her paper is gone.
Yes.
So you were paying attention to the events that might occur at the doorstep to the extent she might open the door and say, oh, where's my paper?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Nothing.
You heard the shot. You remember hearing that clearly?
Yes.
All right. What is the last sound you heard that you could identify as coming from outside your apartment before the shot?
Nothing, Your Honor. It was, as I told the police when they arrived, that it was very quiet. It was a particularly quiet morning because I was caught so off guard by the blast.
But you did hear Miss Schaeffer's
Yes.
footsteps. All right.
The
Do you
people,
remember how long a period of time elapsed between the last footstep that you heard and the shot?
a second, half a second, a second. It was very brief period of time.
And after the shot, you heard Miss Schaeffer scream, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you hear any screaming before the shot?
I did not.
Okay. And after the shot, you said you heard a commotion which was, as I recall, rustling and voices. Did you deliberately say voices, meaning more than one? Or do you know?
I don't know. I heard voices. I heard a commotion. I couldn't distinguish.
All right. Do you know if the voice or voices that you heard were articulating words? Whether or not you could tell us what the words are, could you tell whether somebody was saying something or making some other sound with their voice?
I've gone over this over and over in my head, and what I think is that I think I heard a specific words.
Okay. Do you know what the words were? Any idea? You do?
A female voice saying no, no.
No? I see. All right. Did you hear a male voice or anything you could possibly identify as?
I couldn't identify.
All right. Were the voices heard by you before or after you heard the footsteps?
After.
After the footsteps? Okay. How long after the shot did you hear the footsteps? Close as you can come.
The footsteps I heard before the shot. I didn't
I'm
hear
not
any. Oh,
talking
the
about
rustling?
Ms. Schaeffer's footsteps.
The
You said
rustling.
that you heard some footsteps
Immediately.
going past your
I
front
didn't say
window.
footsteps. I said that it was rustling. It was a commotion. It was immediately because I was caught almost in suspended animation, and I heard a commotion. I heard footsteps. I heard a lot of combination of sounds that some are sort of coming back to me, and some are I can't identify.
All right, don't let me put words in your mouth, but I thought I heard you say that you heard someone pass your front window that was open.
It was a rustling. It wasn't
rustling, okay.
specifically footsteps, but the thought occurred to me that they were leaving and they were passing my front window, that I should go and see who to be able to see.
Did this rustling seem to be proceeding in any particular direction as far as you could tell from inside your apartment?
Yes, it did.
What direction with relation to the front door of the apartment?
It would be past my front window,
Would that be away from the front door, toward it, or what?
away from the front door.
All right.
My front window, if you see the photographs,
Is that the front window that you identified as being to the left of the front door as you face the building on the ground floor?
Yes.
That's the one you identified in the other photograph? All right. I have nothing further. Anything further?
Yes, Ron.
Go ahead.
The voices that you heard after the blast were you heard a female voice?
yes,
Could you recognize it as Rebecca's?
I didn't.
But you heard it say, "Oh no, oh no." Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you hear any male voices?
Not that I can identify.
To the best of your recollection, the only voice you heard was female?
Yes.
The direction of the rustling, would that have been northbound on Sweetser towards Beverly?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Let me just clear something up, Ms. Martha. At the front of the door of the apartment on the ground floor, immediately to the left is your apartment as you're facing it,
As you're facing, yes.
and that is your front room.
My front.
Your living room.
Yeah.
Beyond the living room, is that your kitchen area?
Yes.
Is there a hallway between the front room and the kitchen?
Yes.
Is the kitchen the last room that you have in your apartment towards the rear of the apartment? Do you understand the question? Okay.
The bedroom is the last. The bedroom is in the back. There's a hallway and the kitchen and the front room, living room.
Immediately prior to hearing the shot, I take it you were towards the back of your apartment in the kitchen.
No, I was towards the front of the apartment, in the hallway. I was walking down, away from the bedroom, towards the front of the building, in the hallway, heading towards the kitchen. The kitchen is just before the living room. So I was coming away from the bedroom, close to the front door. The kitchen is just catty-corner to the front door.
I understand. You were in the back of the apartment, in your bedroom, walking in the hallway towards the kitchen.
Yeah, it's a very short distance.
you were preparing to feed your cat from that position in your apartment, and that's when you heard the shot.
I was at the door, my front door, which is in the front of the apartment when I heard the shot. My front door is just before the living room.
When you were estimating the amount of time that occurred between hearing the footsteps, Rebecca's footsteps outside of her apartment, to the time you heard the shot, you were, right now you're stating that it was very quick, a split second or half a second, correct? That's your testimony right now.
Correct.
Okay. Initially at least, during your initial interviews, during your testimony at the preliminary hearing, were you certain as to the amount of time that elapsed, or were you extrapolating?
You know, I'm not sure about the amount of time what you're talking about. From the time I heard Rebecca walk down the hallway to the time I heard the shot was a matter of seconds. And I think I've been very clear about that from the very beginning. From the first interview when the detectives arrived on the scene that day.
Go ahead.
It seemed to be a split second, or seconds. It was a very brief period of time.
And the way you were able to make that determination was because you had focused in on the amount of progress you had made from walking from the hallway area into the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And in that fashion, that is how you determined that it seemed like a second or a split second or a matter of seconds, correct?
Correct.
You're saying that now that you did hear some voices, some identifiable voices, correct?
Correct.
Did you, okay, let me rephrase. I thought I heard you say that you heard or could identify
Words, a specific word, I think.
Yeah, I've always called it kitty corner too.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes, no, I'm sorry. Ms. Marta, at the preliminary hearing, I'm going to read a question and an answer posed to you and answered by you. Page 147, Counsel. Question. Did you hear her pass your door? Answer. I heard her pass my door. Question. What happened next? Answer. In what seemed like a second, there was a blast. It sounded like a cannon, and the door shook and the walls shook and the cat went up in the air. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And is that still your same recollection on this date?
Absolutely.
So when Rebecca Schaeffer's footsteps passed your door, it was a second, or maybe a split second before you heard the blast.
Yes.
Has that always been your statement and your recollection of what occurred on that morning?
It has.
And when you first spoke to Detective Andrews, the very first time your statement was taken, do you recall telling him that you heard her buzzer, you heard her footsteps, and you heard her go to the door, and then there was a blast? Nothing in between the footsteps and the blast as far as noises?
Yes.
When you saw Ms. Schaeffer in the foyer after the blast, can you tell me if you saw her face?
Yes, I did.
Was she wearing glasses?
No, she wasn't.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
This is a poor trial. Let me say what my impression of her testimony is. That when she speaks of seconds, she's talking about from the time she heard Ms. Schaeffer leave her apartment and walk down the hall parallel to her own progress in her own apartment. The matter of split second or half a second that I asked about has to do with the time lapse between the last footstep and the shot. And if you want to clarify, of course, feel free, or if you don't agree with my interpretation of what this witness has said, feel free to ask additional questions.
No, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, no.
All right, thank you. And this one, please.
Yes, no objections.
Thank you. Next witness.
I apologize to the court, Your Honor. I had estimated that the testimony would take a little longer.
Well, we got started on time almost for a change, so don't worry about it.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'll give you a minute.
Well, Wiggles, we need to fix that. You need to come to the south.
Phone call placed from phone number 213-852-9454 to phone number 615-926-3143, as shown on Arlene Weidrich's phone bill, presently marked as People's 31. Reflects the time the call was placed at the point of origin in Los Angeles, California.
Yes.
What is that time, by the way? I haven't seen the exhibit.
And yes.
I take it you're offering these exhibits in evidence since they're not in evidence, and since you're doing a stipulation with respect to them?
Yes, I think that we stop with admission into evidence at 14, and I would ask that that the evidence marked now as 15 through 32 be admitted into evidence,
Any objection to any of them, or?
with the further stipulation that the letter now marked as People's 30 was indeed written by the defendant.
Yes.
Stipulate to all that?
Yes.
And no objection to the exhibits? All right.
Further stipulation, Your Honor, that the film Scenes from a Class Struggle in Beverly Hills was released in Tucson, Arizona on June 30th, 1989.
That's scenes from a class struggle?
In Beverly Hills.
I haven't seen the film. I take it somebody's either going to describe it or something?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Was released when?
In Tucson, Arizona on June 30th, 1989.
Let me ask a question. Is the victim in this case in that film?
Yes.
Okay.
That the defendant, Robert Bardo, was born on January 2nd, 1970, and that the victim, Rebecca Schaeffer, was born on November 6th, 1967.
All right.
So stipulate? Counsel, so stipulate?
I said yes.
I think he said yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. And further, I don't think that I had the opportunity to read this into the record, although it was indicated by both counsel that we would so stipulate. The item number 1 in the stipulation is that the testimony of witnesses Francois Lesueur and Lawrence da Costa may be submitted via the transcript of the preliminary hearing, which was conducted on December 5th, 1989. The defense hereby waives the requirement that the people prove their unavailability pursuant to Evidence Code Section 1291.
Agreed? All right. Counsel approached very briefly off the record.
Sir, please state
Hey,
and spell your
Jill.
first and last name for the record.
Señor, por favor, díganos y deletree su nombre completo para el acta.
Oscar Moreno,
¿Así se escribe?
sí.
Oscar Moreno, interpreter spelling. Oscar, O-S-C-A-R. Moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O.
Your Honor, before we begin, I would like to declare a sidebar on the record in reference to the next two witnesses. Including this one? Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Moreno, directing your attention to the date of July 18th, 1989. As of that date, where were you working?
Señor Moreno, dirigiendo su atención al día 18 de julio del 89, hasta ese día, ¿en dónde estaba trabajando?
The Editing Company. La compañía se llama The Editing Company.
The Editing Company.
And the editing company.
Editing.
And where is that located?
¿Y en dónde está ubicado ese?
8300 Beverly Boulevard.
8300
Mr.
Beverly
Moreno,
Boulevard.
let me direct the witness. Keep your voice up, please.
Mantenga, le quiero decir al testigo que por favor hable en voz alta. Excuse me. 8300 Beverly Boulevard.
And is it at the corner of Beverly and Sweetser?
Y está en la esquina de la Beverly y la Sweetser.
Sí.
Yes.
There is a diagram next to you, to your immediate right,
Hay un esquema a su lado, justo a su lado derecho.
marked Peoples 21. Can you show me on this diagram where you were working?
Marcado Fiscalía 21. ¿Podría mostrarme en este esquema en dónde estaba trabajando?
Sí.
You can
Yes.
just point.
Podría simplemente señalar.
You can step down and point.
Se puede bajar y señalar.
Acá.
Here.
Thank you.
Witnesses pointed to location on Sweetser, which appears to be on
Que parece estar
the west side
al lado oeste.
of the street and just north of the alley.
Calle,
That's
justo
correct,
al
Ron.
norte del callejón.
Is there a parking lot there that extends from the alley that is contained between Sweetser going north and south and the alley going east and west?
Hay ahí un estacionamiento que está entre la Sweetser de norte a sur excuse me, counsel, can you repeat the last street?
The alley?
Y el
The alley going east and west?
y del callejón que va del este a oeste.
Sí.
Yes.
Showing you a photograph that is now People's 25.
Mostrándole la fotografía
It's an
marcada
aerial
Fiscalía
photograph.
25.
I'm going to ask if you can tell me whether you can see where you were working on July 18th, 1989 on this photograph.
Se la voy a mostrar para que me diga si sabe usted dónde estaba trabajando usted el 18 de julio del 89 en esta fotografía.
Sí, sí le puedo mostrar.
Yes, I could show it to you.
Could you please point it out?
¿Podría señalárnoslo?
Acá estoy yo
I'm right here
en el círculo.
in this circle.
You're-
Witnesses pointed to a
El testigo ha
photograph
señalado
of
una
a man
fotografía
standing in the
de
parking
un hombre
lot
parado en
with a
un
red circle
estacionamiento
around it
con un
on the
círculo
right-hand
rojo
margin of the photograph.
al lado derecho de la fotografía.
This is actually you then in this aerial photograph.
Este es de hecho usted que está en esta fotografía tomada desde el aire.
Sí.
Yes.
What time did you start work on July 18th, 1989?
¿A qué hora comenzó a trabajar el 18 de julio de 1989?
10 de la mañana.
At 10 in the morning.
And what did you do when you got to work?
¿Y qué hizo cuando llegó a trabajar?
Ah, parquear mi carro primero que todo
I parked my car first of all,
y luego fui a sacar a los carros del parqueadero hacia la calle.
and then I took the cars from the parking lot into the street.
When you first got to work, you parked your own car, and then you took a car from the parking lot and parked it on the street.
Cuando usted primeramente llegó al trabajo, usted estacionó su propio carro y después sacó uno de los carros que están en el estacionamiento a la calle.
Sí.
Yes.
On Tuesdays, which was July 18th, 1989, is there street cleaning?
Los días martes, como el 18 de julio del 89, era un día cuando limpiaban la calle.
Sí.
Yes.
So that you cannot park before 10 o'clock on the east side of Sweetser?
Así que antes de las 10 de la mañana no se puede estacionar nadie en el lado este de la Sweetser.
Correcto.
Correct.
Where did you park the first car that you took from the parking lot on Sweetser after you got to work at 10 o'clock in the morning on July 18th?
Después de que llegó a trabajar a las 10 de la mañana, el 18 de julio del 89, ¿en dónde estacionó el primer auto que sacó del estacionamiento?
En la calle este, el lado este,
On the street on the east side
de Sweetser.
of Sweetser.
I don't know which would be easier for you to do, probably on the
No sé
diagram.
qué
Can you
les
show
sea
us on
más fácil
People's
para
21 approximately where you parked that first car?
¿Podría mostrarnos en el esquema 21 aproximadamente en dónde estacionó usted ese auto?
Aproximadamente por acá.
Approximately here.
For the record, the witnesses pointed to the east side of Sweetser, just below the alley that is designated just below Beverly. And after you did that, what did you do next?
Y después de hacer eso, ¿qué hizo?
Regresé al edificio
I went back to the building
para tomar otra llave de otro carro
to get the keys to another car
y parquearlo en la calle.
and to park it on the street.
And did you park another car?
¿Y estacionó otro auto?
No creo que hasta ahora regresaba por la llave del segundo carro.
I don't think so. I think I was just getting, was just going back to get the keys for the second car.
As you went back to your office to get the keys for the second car, did you see someone that you see in court today?
Cuando usted regresó a su oficina para buscar las llaves a ese segundo carro, ¿usted vio a alguien ahí a quien ve actualmente en esta sala de tribunal?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you please point that person out?
¿Podría señalarnos a esa persona?
Señor,
For the record, the witness has done so.
He's the man with the white shirt.
May the record reflect he's indicated the defendant, Your Honor.
Yes, you pointed
Can you tell me where exactly it was that you saw the defendant, where you passed him?
¿Podría decirme exactamente en dónde fue que usted vio al acusado? ¿Dónde fue que lo pasó?
en la esquina del alley del lado oeste,
At the corner of the alley on the west side,
al lado de la caja de la empresa de teléfonos, de la caja de la empresa de teléfonos.
on the side of the box for the telephones.
Can you see that location here on People's 25?
¿Puede ver ese lugar aquí, en la Fiscalía 25?
Sí,
Yes.
Please point it out.
Señálela, por favor.
Okay, you have pointed to an area on this photograph that is a darkened red circle.
Que es un círculo.
The one on the corner.
Está en la esquina de la Switzer y del callejón, parece ser.
Is that the place you mean?
¿Ese es el lugar que se refiere? Yes.
And where did you walk? You actually passed the defendant in that location?
¿Y hacia dónde caminó usted? De hecho, se topó con el acusado en ese lugar.
sí.
Yes.
Did you walk on the inside or the outside of the street, of the sidewalk?
¿Usted estaba al lado de adentro o al lado de afuera?
Afuera.
De la banqueta. On the outside.
Can you tell me in what direction the defendant was walking when you passed him?
¿Podría decirme hacia qué dirección iba caminando el acusado cuando usted le pasó?
Sur.
South.
And you were walking in which direction?
¿Y usted iba caminando hacia qué dirección?
Norte.
North.
Can you tell me what he was wearing that day?
¿Podría decirme qué ropa llevaba puesta ese día?
Sí.
Yes.
Tell me.
Dígame.
Blue jeans,
Blue jeans.
pantalón azul.
Blue pants.
No, es blue jeans.
Blue jeans.
Camiseta amarilla
Yellow t-shirt
y sandalias.
and sandals.
Was he wearing glasses?
¿Llevaba lentes puestos?
Sí,
Yes.
Was he carrying anything?
¿Llevaba algo en la mano?
sí.
Yes.
What was he carrying?
¿Qué llevaba en la mano?
No en la mano.
Not in his hand.
Una bolsa plástica
A plastic bag.
blanca
White.
debajo del shoulder.
Under his shoulder.
For the record, the witness had just placed his left hand under his right armpit.
Para el acta, él ha puesto.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Would you do that again?
¿Podría hacer eso de nuevo?
Okay.
Are you indicating, sir, that the defendant carried
Está
the
indicando.
white plastic bag tucked under his right arm?
No está indicando, señor, que el acusado llevaba esto debajo del brazo derecho.
No me acuerdo si era el derecho o izquierdo, pero era debajo del brazo.
I don't remember if it was his right or his left arm, but it was under his arm.
Okay, held close to him?
Lo tenía muy cerca de él.
Sí,
Yes.
Were you able to see what was in the bag?
¿Pudo ver usted lo que estaba dentro de la bolsa?
no,
No.
Had you ever seen the defendant before?
¿En algún momento había visto usted al acusado antes?
no.
No.
And how long had you been working in that location as of July 18th, 1989?
¿Y cuánto tiempo llevaba usted trabajando en ese lugar el 18 de julio del 89?
Aproximadamente 2 años y medio.
Approximately 2.5 years.
After you passed the defendant, you going north, he going south, what did you do?
Después de que usted pasó al acusado, usted en rumbo norte y en rumbo sur, ¿qué hizo usted?
Entré al parking,
I went into the parking lot,
luego al edificio
then into the building,
para tomar otras llaves de otro carro.
to get the keys to another car.
And then what did you do?
¿Y después qué hizo usted?
Ah, saqué el carro, me subí el carro
I took the car out,
y me fui
got into the car,
a parquearlo a la calle.
and I went to park it on the street.
When you walked out of the parking lot, you got into the car, then you drove the car on Sweetser, which direction?
Cuando usted salió del estacionamiento, usted se fue por la Switzer. ¿Hacia qué rumbo?
Sur.
South.
Did you look down the street as you were driving?
¿Usted vio para abajo de la calle mientras que iba conduciendo?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see the defendant?
¿Vio al acusado?
No.
No.
And what did you do with the car?
¿Y qué hizo con el auto?
Me dirigí a parquearlo.
I went to park it.
And where did you park it?
¿Y a dónde lo estacionó?
Aproximadamente 3 casas bajando en la Switzer.
Approximately 3 houses down on Switzer.
On which side of the street?
¿En qué lado de la
En
calle?
el lado oeste.
On the west side.
On the west side of the
¿En el
street?
lado oeste de la calle?
Sorry. El lado este.
I'm sorry, on the east side.
If you can tell me on People's 25,
Si podría decirme la fiscalía.
are you able to
25,
see approximately where you parked that car
¿Puede ver usted aproximadamente en dónde estaciona ese carro
that you just described?
que nos acaba de describir?
Sí.
Yes,
Aquí aproximadamente.
here, approximately.
For the record, the witness is pointing
Para
to
el acto, el testigo está señalando
another dark and red
otro
circle
círculo rojo
that's on top of a building,
que está encima de un edificio,
just to the right of 2 double arrows.
justo a la derecha de 2 flechas.
What's the reflect?
Perhaps if
What? What do you mean? Why is it doing this? I'll do that. Figure out what.
Pondió la acera, me parece.
Entró al
De la acera.
you heard the shot
Escuchó el disparo.
and the scream,
Approximately between the first and the second house on Switzer.
can you indicate to us where that is on the aerial photograph marked People's 25?
¿Podría indicarnos en dónde está eso en la foto que fue tomada desde el aire de la Fiscalía 25?
aproximadamente aquí.
Approximately here.
For the record, the witness has pointed to a filled-in red dot that appears to be on the sidewalk
Que parece estar en la acera.
in the middle of the area that is the courtyard going back in from the sidewalk
Que entra desde el lado
On the west side of the street.
on the west side.
Del lado oeste de la calle. Gracias.
And when you heard those sounds, what did you do?
Y cuando escuchó esos ruidos, ¿qué hizo usted?
En el mismo instante no estaba seguro si era un disparo.
At that very instant, I wasn't sure if it was a shot.
So no volteé a mirar en el momento.
So I didn't turn to look
Not right
at that
away.
moment.
Pero
No.
luego volteé a mirar.
But afterward, I turned to see.
Were you still in that same position on the street that you pointed out to us when you turned to look?
Todavía estaba en ese mismo lugar en la calle donde nos ha señalado cuando volteó.
Aproximadamente unos 2 pasos más o 3 pasos más.
Approximately 2 or 3 steps further.
So you crossed the street,
Así es que había cruzado la calle,
you got to that area on the sidewalk,
llegó a esa área de la acera,
you heard the shot
escuchó el disparo
and the screams,
y los gritos,
you took 2 or 3 steps,
tomó 2 o 3 pasos
and then you looked.
y después vio.
Sí.
Yes.
And what did you see?
¿Y qué vio?
Vi al señor corriendo desde esa dirección hacia el norte.
I saw that gentleman running from that direction going north.
North?
¿Hacia el norte?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you say that gentleman, are you referring again to the defendant you identified today in
Cuando
court?
usted dice a ese señor, se está refiriendo al acusado a quien identificó usted
Sí.
en ese tribunal? Yes.
Was he carrying anything?
¿Él llevaba algo?
Sí.
Yes.
What?
¿Qué?
Una bolsa de plástico, la misma bolsa blanca de plástico.
A
va
plastic bag, the same white plastic bag,
debajo del brazo.
under his arm.
And again, you gestured underneath your right arm, sir. Was it under the defendant's right arm?
De nuevo, usted ha vuelto a señalar debajo de su brazo derecho, señor. ¿Estaba debajo del brazo derecho del acusado?
No, no estoy seguro en qué lado lo llevaba, pero llevaba una bolsa blanca debajo del brazo.
No, I'm not sure as to under which arm he was carrying it, but he had it under one arm.
Was he wearing glasses at that time?
¿Él llevaba lentes puestos en ese momento?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see a gun in his hand?
¿Usted vio una pistola en sus manos?
No.
No.
What happened next?
¿Qué sucedió después?
Él siguió corriendo.
He kept on running.
Yo me asusté porque supuse que él era el que había hecho el disparo.
I became startled because I imagined he was the one that had fired the shot.
So yo me escondí, seguí caminando rápido y me escondí detrás de una de las vans.
So I kept on walking fast and I hid behind one of the vans.
Can you show us on People's 25 where approximately you hid?
¿Podría mostrarnos en la Fiscalía 25 aproximadamente dónde fue que se escondió? Here.
For the record, the witnesses pointed to a filled-in red dot in the alley that is just below Beverly.
En el callejón que está justo hacia abajo.
That is one of the boundaries of his parking lot.
Esa es una de las líneas
On the west side of the street.
estacionamiento en el lado oeste de la calle.
And from that position, sir, were you able to keep the defendant in view?
Y desde ese lugar, señor, ¿usted pudo mantener al acusado en su vista?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you show us in People's 25 where he ran?
¿Podría mostrarnos en la Fiscalía 25 dónde corrió?
Sí.
Yes.
Él siguió corriendo así.
He kept running like this.
For the record, the witnesses pointed northbound on the east side of Sweetser.
Yes.
Nuestro lado norte
In a
sobre Suiza.
location that would correspond to the sidewalk area, I believe.
En un
Y entró-
lugar que corresponde a la acera, me parece.
Entró al alley,
And he went into the alley.
se escondió detrás de esta, es una tailoring shop.
And he hid behind this. This is a tile shop,
Tailoring shop.
a tailoring shop.
Se escondió detrás
He hid behind,
y luego como por unos 15 segundos aproximadamente, ¿no?
for approximately 15 seconds.
Yo seguí mirándolo acá,
I kept on watching him from here,
detrás de la van,
from behind the van.
y luego él salió corriendo otra vez por el alley hacia el east,
And
hacia el
he
este.
then took off running again on the alley, eastbound.
For the record, the witnesses pointed and gestured to arrows pointing in the alley, going eastbound in the alley,
A las flechas que van por el
and to a red dot that is actually on the building that he's referred to as the tailoring shop.
Están detrás de un edificio
And then at
que
last
es-
pointed
That dot
to,
appears to be on
Esto parece
the
ser
east surface of
en
that
el lado
building.
este de ese edificio.
Yes, Your Honor, that's
Sí,
correct.
señor, eso es correcto.
and that he then pointed to the
Después
red
señaló
arrow that's
a la
actually
flecha
on the
roja que de
alley
hecho está
going eastbound.
en
That arrow
el callejón
is
con rumbo
more
este.
easterly than the
Yes.
building itself, is
Y
that
esta
correct?
flecha
Yes,
está
Your
más
Honor.
hacia el
Right.
este que el edificio, ¿eso correcto? Sí. Muy bien.
And when you indicated you were watching him run to the tailoring shop, disappear from view, and then run eastbound in the alley, you pointed to, I was looking from here, and you pointed again to the same red dot that is
Y
on
cuando
the
usted
alley
dice que lo estaba
on the
viendo,
west side of
que lo
Sweetser
vio que se fue corriendo para irse detrás
at the
de,
edge of your parking lot.
de ese lugar que usted le llama el tailoring shop y que salió de ahí y que se fue corriendo por el callejón, usted me parece que estaba diciendo que estaba viéndolo desde este un lugar que está marcado como un punto relleno rojo.
Correcto.
Correct.
When you refer to the tailoring shop, sir, I'm showing you People's 21.
Cuando usted habla del tailoring shop, señor, me estoy refiriendo al esquema 21.
Is that the building shown here as C?
¿Es este el edificio que está dibujado aquí con una letra C?
Correcto.
Correct.
Can you show us on People's 21 then where the defendant
pause.
¿Podría mostrarnos entonces en la Fiscalía 21 en dónde fue que el acusado se
Before you
quedó
saw
por un
him
momento
continue down the alley
antes de que usted viera que él siguiera corriendo hacia el rumbo este por el callejón?
Aquí.
Here,
For the record, the witnesses
pero el
pointed
testigo ha
to
señalado
the lowermost east corner
a la esquina
of
más abajo del
the figure
este
marked C.
de la figura marcada C. Sí.
And what did you do, sir, after that?
¿Y qué hizo usted, señor, después de eso?
Entré al edificio
I went into the building
a hacer el comentario con la recepcionista
to comment on this to the receptionist
acerca del disparo y que yo pensaba que, comentándole que pensaba que alguien había disparado a alguien.
regarding the shot. I was telling her that I thought someone had shot at someone.
Y luego volví a salir
And then I went out again
al alley
to the alley,
a ver si veía a la persona,
perdón,
a ver si veía a la misma persona.
to check if I would see the person.
Y ya no, ya se había desaparecido.
And the person had disappeared.
I take it, sir, that when you indicate that the defendant went behind that tailoring shop for 15 seconds or so, you could not see him during that brief period of time.
Supongo, señor, que cuando usted dice que el acusado se puso detrás de ese edificio como por 15 segundos más o menos, usted no lo pudo ver durante ese tiempo.
No.
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Gracias, no tengo otra pregunta contra examinación.
Sir, would it be fair to state that the police interviewed you on the day of this occurrence?
Señor, ¿sería justo decir que la policía lo entrevistó a usted el día que esto ocurrió?
No, no me acuerdo, no.
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember speaking to the police at all, telling them what happened?
¿Recuerda haber hablado usted con la policía para decirles lo que había sucedido?
No estoy seguro, creo
I'm not sure.
que les dije de que había visto una persona corriendo por el alley.
I think I told them that I had seen a person running through the alley.
Yeah, just one, Ronnie. Sir, I'd ask you to try to remember about this particular day. You do remember some of the things, correct?
Señor, quiero pedirle que recuerde este día en particular. Sí recuerda algunas de las cosas que ocurrieron, ¿es eso correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you not have a distinct recollection of speaking to the police on that day after you heard the shots?
¿No recuerda usted haber hablado con los policías precisamente ese día después de haber escuchado los disparos?
Sí, creo que sí hablé con ellos.
Yes, I believe I spoke to them.
Would it be fair to say that the events were fresh in your mind at the time you spoke to the police?
¿Sería justo decir que estos eventos los tenía usted frescos en la memoria ese día cuando habló usted con los policías?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
And you were being very truthful with the officer or officers who were interviewing you?
Y estaba siendo usted muy sincero con el oficial o los oficiales que me lo estaban entrevistando.
No a ese momento.
Not at that time.
You weren't being truthful with the officers when you spoke to them?
¿No les estaba siendo sincero? ¿No estaba siendo usted sincero con los oficiales cuando estaba hablando con ellos?
Sí estaba siendo sincero,
Yes, I was being truthful,
pero no les estaba diciendo todo lo que había visto.
but I was not telling them everything that I had seen.
Why would you not tell them everything you had seen?
¿Por qué no les decía a usted todo lo que había visto?
Porque tenía miedo de verme envuelto en algo serio.
Because I was scared I was going to get myself involved in something serious.
But you did tell them that you had seen the man whom you thought was responsible for firing the shot, correct?
Pero sí les dijo que usted pensaba que había visto al hombre quien era responsable de haber parado esos disparos, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
And isn't it true that you told the police officer or officers that interviewed you that you had seen the man only after you had heard the shot?
Y no es cierto que usted le dijo al oficial o a los oficiales que no lo estaba interrogando que usted había visto al hombre quien usted pensaba que había disparado ese disparo solamente después de que había escuchado el disparo.
Lo que recuerdo en ese momento les dije a los policías
What I remember telling the officers at that time
fue que vi al tipo corriendo por el alley
was that I saw the guy running through the alley
para que lo pudieran pues ir a buscar.
so that they could go look for him.
Pero no entré en detalles.
But I didn't go into any details.
Did you not, let me ask it in this fashion, did you not tell the police that you were in the process of returning from parking a car,
Déjeme decirle esto, no le digo a usted a los policías que usted estaba en el proceso de regresar de haber estacionado un auto
and that when you were almost to the alley, you heard a shot.
y que cuando usted ya casi llegaba al callejón escuchó un disparo.
En ese momento, en el primer momento, no creo haberles dicho eso.
At that moment, the first time, I don't believe I told him that.
Do you remember telling him that after you heard one shot, you turned around and saw a man run north on the east sidewalk of Switzer?
Recuerda haberle dicho que cuando estaba llegando casi al callejón usted escuchó el disparo y que vio entonces usted a un hombre corriendo hacia el norte sobre el lado oeste de la Switzer.
Ok, creo que lo que pasó fue que en el mismo momento yo no les dije a ellos eso,
Okay, I think what happened is that at that moment I didn't tell them that.
pero luego volvieron. No estoy seguro si fue el mismo día o el otro día.
But then they came back and I don't know if it was on that same day or the next day.
Y les dije todo lo que había visto.
And I told them everything I had seen.
Is it true that you told the officers, either on the first day and or the next day, that the first time you had seen the man was when he was running after you had heard the shot? Isn't that
Sería
what...
justo decir que usted le dijo a los oficiales, ya sea ese primer día o el siguiente día, que la primera vez que usted había visto a ese hombre corriendo fue después de que usted había escuchado el disparo.
No me acuerdo haber dicho si era la primera vez o era la segunda vez.
I don't remember if I told them that that was the first time or the second time.
Your recollection is that you remember telling the police officer that you saw the man prior to hearing the shot?
Lo que usted recuerda es que usted le dijo a los oficiales de la policía que usted había visto al hombre antes de escuchar el disparo.
Correcto.
Correct.
Yeah, just a moment. I have nothing further on it.
Mr. Marino, at the time that these events first transpired, had you acquired legal status as an American citizen?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Señor Moreno, en el momento que estos incidentes ocurrieron, ¿usted había obtenido su ciudadanía de ciudadano americano?
No.
No.
And were you concerned about the immigration authorities making contact with you if you got involved in a case of this magnitude?
¿Y estaba preocupado usted, le preocupaba a usted el hecho de que las autoridades de inmigración se pusieran en contacto con usted si usted se involucraba en algo de esta magnitud?
Sí.
Yes.
And as a result of that, sir, did you contact your immigration lawyer?
Y como resultado de esto, señor, ¿usted se puso en contacto con su abogado de inmigración?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you inform him of your position that you wanted to tell the complete truth, but you were afraid?
Y le dijo a usted, le dijo a usted a él cuál era su posición de que usted quería decir toda la verdad, pero que temía?
Sí.
Yes.
And after conferring with him, did you then give another statement at your request
Y
to the
después-
police?
Y después de haber hablado con él, usted volvió a dar otra declaración de su parte, de su iniciativa a la policía?
Correcto, yo llamé.
Correct, I called.
Because you wanted to tell everything that you saw, and you knew that you had not done so at the first interview out of your fear.
Porque usted quería decir todo lo que había visto y usted sabía que no lo había hecho la primera vez, dado su temor.
Correcto.
Correct.
And when you testified at the preliminary hearing, you told everything before the court then that you have today. Is that
Y
correct?
cuando usted dio testimonio en la audiencia preliminar, usted dijo todo frente al juez ese día, tal como lo ha hecho hoy. ¿Es eso correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Mr. Marino, between the time that you and the defendant passed each other on Sweetser, when you walked into your office, between the time you guys passed each other on the west side of Sweetser And the time you heard the shot, so that means the time it took for you to go into the office, get your keys, exit, get into a car, go south on Sweetser.
Excuse me, counsel.
I know, this is getting too long, isn't it?
Yes.
Let me back up and shorten these phrases up for the interpreter. If you could estimate for me the time that went by
Si podría darme un estimado del tiempo que transcurrió
from the moment you and the defendant passed each other on the west side of Sweetser
desde el momento que usted y el acusado pasaron el uno al lado del otro en el lado oeste de la Switzer,
when you went into the office,
cuando usted entró a la oficina,
got keys,
agarró las llaves
got into a car,
y entró a un auto,
pulled the car out of the parking lot,
sacó el auto del estacionamiento,
drove it down Sweetser,
lo condujo por la Switzer,
parked it,
lo estacionó,
got out of the car,
se bajó del auto
and crossed the street to the east side of Sweetser
y cruzó la calle hacia el lado oeste de la Switzer.
when you heard the shot.
Cuando escuchó el disparo,
How much time elapsed between the time you and the defendant passed each other
¿cuánto tiempo transcurrió entre el momento que usted y el acusado se pasaron el uno al otro
and you heard the shot?
y escuchó el disparo?
Aproximadamente unos 10 minutos, 5 a 10 minutos
Approximately
aproximadamente.
10 minutes, from 5 to 10 minutes approximately.
I have nothing further.
No tengo nada más que preguntar.
You're saying that you were concerned about your immigration status,
Usted dice que a usted le preocupaba su estado migratorio,
Correcto.
so therefore you were withholding information from the police. Is that
así que dado
what you're saying?
esto, usted no le estaba dando información a la policía. ¿Eso es lo que nos acaba de decir?
Correcto, porque no quería verme envuelto.
Correct, because I didn't want to get involved.
But you did get involved the very first day that you spoke to the police, did you not?
Pero sí se involucró el primer día cuando habló con la policía, ¿no es eso así?
Indirectamente, porque lo único que yo les dije fue que vi al tipo correr para la calle.
Indirectly, because the only thing I told him was that I saw him running
Yo les
on
dije,
the street.
yo les dije que no lo podía reconocer.
I told him
De-
I couldn't recognize him.
De esa forma no me iba a ver directamente envuelto. Simplemente estaba tratando de ayudar
This way I wasn't going to involve myself directly. I was just trying to help
para que lo capturaran
so that he would be apprehended.
y ya después no me vería tan directamente envuelto.
And after that, I wouldn't be so directly involved.
So what you did is you withheld information as far as your ability to make an identification.
Así es que lo que usted hizo fue no darles la información que lo haría usted, que le haría posible a usted reconocerlo.
En parte sí.
In part, yes.
But you did not withhold information as far as what you had seen in relationship to the man running or walking.
Pero
Isn't that
usted,
true?
pero usted no se quedó con información cuando se trata de haber visto al hombre corriendo, caminando. ¿Es correcto?
No estoy seguro, no sé exactamente en el primer momento que les dije, pero creo que no les dije todo.
I'm not sure as to what I told him the first time, but I don't think I told him everything.
The point that I'm trying to make, sir, is that you did tell the police officer initially that you had seen a man, had heard a shot, had heard shouts from a woman, I believe.
Lo que estoy tratando de decir, señor, es que usted inicialmente le dijo a la policía que usted había visto al hombre, había escuchado disparos y gritos.
No estoy seguro de lo que dije la primera vez.
I'm not sure as to what I said the first time.
Okay, so you have what, no recollection at all as to what you said the first time?
Así que no recuerdo absolutamente lo que dijo la primera vez.
No me acuerdo exactamente, no estaba nervioso, no me acuerdo qué dije la primera vez.
I don't remember exactly what I said. I was nervous and I don't remember what I said exactly.
Pero lo que dije en el segundo, cuando llamé, fue toda la verdad.
But what I said the second time when I called
Después
was the whole truth.
después de consultar a mi abogado, me dijo que podía decir toda la verdad y ya me dije exactamente lo que vi.
After talking to my attorney, he said I could say everything. I said everything I knew.
On the second time that you called, do you know who you were speaking to?
La segunda vez cuando usted llamó, ¿usted sabía con quién estaba hablando?
Sí, tenía la tarjeta de la District Attorney.
Yes, I had a district attorney's card.
Can you think of any reason why you would tell the police that you heard a shot fired, heard a woman scream?
¿Puede pensar usted en alguna razón por la cual usted le diría a la policía que usted escuchó el disparo, escuchó los gritos de una mujer todavía?
And had observed a man run from the direction of where you thought you heard the shot,
Usted había visto que el hombre había corrido desde la dirección de que usted pensaba que habían tenido los disparos,
and yet not tell them that you had seen the man prior to the shot being fired.
y no haberles dicho que usted había visto a ese hombre antes de escuchar los disparos.
Objection, this is asked and answered now.
Esto ha sido pregunta de contestar. Denegado. Puede contestar.
Sí, claro que puedo contestar.
Yes, of course I can answer.
La razón es que en esa parte yo estaba ayudando en cierta parte
The
y,
reason is that at that time I was helping
y yo
to a certain part,
y estaba seguro que después de que ellos tuvieran la persona,
and I was sure that after they had that person apprehended,
más personas vendrían a ayudar o lo habrían podido ver o
other people would come
otros
to help.
testigos.
People who would have seen, other witnesses.
Sir, after you heard what you believe to be a shot,
Señor, después de lo que a usted le parecía que era un disparo,
did you in fact hear the screams of a woman?
usted de hecho escuchó los gritos de una mujer?
Correcto, sí.
Correct, yes.
How many?
¿Cuántos?
Aproximadamente 2 o 3.
Approximately 2 or 3.
Could you please mark on the diagram?
Por favor,
Do you-
marcar en el esquema.
I have them to the next way. Would you please mark on the diagram your location with an X, where you were when you heard the screams of a woman?
¿Podría por favor marcar en el esquema con una X el lugar donde usted estaba cuando usted escuchó los gritos de una mujer? Approximately here.
Why don't you use this pencil?
¿Por qué no usa esta pluma, señor, y ponga una X?
Witnesses placed an X south of the alley on the west side of the street.
Now, are you certain you heard at least 2 screams?
Ahora, ¿usted está seguro que usted escuchó por lo menos 2 gritos?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you think it possibly might have been more?
¿Y cree usted que es posible que hayan sido más?
No, eran 2 o 3, no más de eso.
No. There were 2 or 3, no more than that.
And you could hear these screams or shouts clearly from where you were standing?
Y usted puede escuchar estos gritos claramente desde el lugar donde usted estaba parado.
Claramente.
Clearly. Se puede retirar ese testigo en la decisión. ¿Quién puede retirarse?
People call Mr. Ed Villery.
Eddie Villery, E-D-D-I-E, V-I-L-L-E-R-Y.
Thank you.
Mr. Villery, can you tell me what your occupation is, sir?
I'm a building contractor.
And were you so employed on July 18th, 1989?
Yes, I was.
On that date, sir, shortly before noon, can you recall where you were?
Yes, I was. I was the alley behind La Brea by Oakwood in Los Angeles.
Okay, the alley that you were in runs which way, north, south, or east, west?
North and south.
Then it runs parallel to La Brea?
Yes, it does.
And it would intersect Oakwood?
Yes, it does.
Okay, Oakwood running east and west.
Yes.
How far is that intersection from the intersection of Beverly and Sweetser?
About a mile.
If you were to run, I'm going to direct your attention to People's 21. You fairly familiar with the Los Angeles area, sir?
Yes, I am.
How long have you lived here?
43 years.
43?
Yes.
If you were to run from the alley I'm indicating here, that runs across Sweetser and just below, just south of Beverly, if you were to run eastbound in this alley, would that take you to the intersection that you found yourself in just before noon on July 18th?
Yes, it would. Yes.
Did something occur when you were in that intersection?
Yes, it did.
Tell me what happened.
I was stopped at the alley by Oakwood, and a man ran across, very fast pace, and he stopped and returned to my van and asked me to give him a ride out of the area, which I refused, and he asked again, and I refused again, and he continued running.
Now, you were stopped at the mouth of the alley,
Right.
and the alley is it just south of Beverly?
South of Beverly, yes, and right west of La Brea.
The man that ran up to your van, do you see him in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point him out?
Yes, the man sitting over there in a white shirt.
May the record reflect he's identified the defendant, Your Honor? When the defendant ran up to your van, did he run straight to it, or did he run past it and come back?
He ran past it first, and then when he seen me, he ran back to the van on the passenger side.
And what did he say to you?
He said, "You have to get me out of this area."
How did he sound?
Upset. He was very upset.
And what did he look like?
At the time, he was sweating. He looked very disorientated. He was... I don't know, in what way do you mean, as far as how he was dressed? Or?
When you say disoriented, do you mean frantic?
Yes, frantic, exactly.
Stressed out?
Stressed out.
Okay. Was it a hot day?
Yes, it was.
Can you remember what the defendant was wearing?
White shirt. I can't really remember I didn't see much of the rest of him at the time when he was close to the van. I saw he had a white shirt on, and he was wiping his brow with the shirt.
Wiping his brow with his shirt?
He was sweating profusely.
Okay. When he said, "You have to get me out of the area," what did you say?
I said, "I'm not leaving the area. I'm just going right across the street." And he said, "No, you don't understand. I have to get out of this area."
And what did you say?
I said, "No, I'm not leaving the area."
What happened next?
He continued running east on Oakwood, and I went over to a repair shop to pick up some equipment I was having repaired.
And did you eventually come out of the repair shop?
Yes, I did.
And when you did so, did you look eastbound down that street again?
I saw the man running continuously.
He was still running?
He's still running.
When the defendant came up to your van the first time, did you notice whether there was anything in his hands?
No, there wasn't.
And how do you know that?
He put both hands on the window of the door. He came up to the van.
When you saw him running after you went out of the repair shop, did you see anything in his hands at that time?
No, I didn't.
I have nothing further.
Gross. I have no question, John. Will this witness be excused?
No objection.
All right, you may be excused, sir.
Thank you.
I believe we have concluded with Mr. Villery.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next witness.
If I may, I'd like to read in a stipulation prior to the next witness, Your Honor. For counsel, it's stipulation number 10.
Just a moment. Let me acquire that so I can follow it as you read it. Okay.
Counsel, may it be stipulated that on July 18th, 1989, C. Caudell, C-A-U-D-E-L-L, number 9365, a forensic print technician employed by Los Angeles Police Department lifted a palm print from the front glass door approximately 5 feet high from the building located at 120 North Sweetser in Los Angeles County, and that on July 24th, 1989, George Herrera, number A8275, a forensic print specialist employed by Los Angeles Police Department and court-qualified expert in the comparison of fingerprints, examined the print lifted from the door at 120 North Sweetser by C. Caudell and determined it to have been made by the left palm of the defendant, Robert Bardo.
Is there any stipulation as to where this was on the door other than 5 feet from the ground? In other words, the middle, one side or the other? Or?
No, there is not, Your Honor.
All right.
So stipulate, counsel?
No, court accepts the stipulation.
People call Patrick Devine.
Microphone to your mouth and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Patrick Devine, Patrickdevine.
Mr. Devine, can you please tell us what you do?
I'm a paramedic for the City of Los Angeles Fire Department.
And how long have you been so employed, sir?
8 years.
What are your duties?
I am a paramedic too for the fire department, and I work on a rescue ambulance and take care of sick and injured people in the streets of Los Angeles.
And in order to qualify for that job, sir, can you tell us what kind of educational background you have?
Primarily a
Ready to proceed, folks?
You can see that?
Yes, I can.
Did you Firearms National Laboratory Center?
Yes.
And you left it there, whether they're going to help or not, in other words, whether or not. When you responded to the...
Initially, she was not breathing her body, and we started. Victim now is what had been.
And you called that on July 18th.
Can you just start this video?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next witness.
If I may, I'd like to read in a stipulation prior
Yes.
to the next witness, Your Honor. For counsel, it's stipulation number 10.
Let me acquire that so I can follow it as you read it. Okay.
Counsel, may it be stipulated that on July 18th, 1989...
Dang it! Quit doing that! Apparently my new computer came with some antivirus software. Stop doing that! How do I tell it I trust the site? Oh my God! Stop! I trust this site. Quit doing that. Oh my God. How do I fix it? This is the site.
Important security message. Your computer has been locked up. Your IP address was used without you.
stupid thing. No idea where we are. Here, I think.
I'd like to read in a stipulation prior to the next witness, Your Honor. For counsel, it's stipulation number 10.
Yeah, hold on, let me acquire that so I can follow it as you read it. Okay.
Counsel, may it be stipulated that on July 18th, 1989, C. Caudell, C-A-U-D-E-L-L, number M9365, a forensic print technician employed by Los Angeles Police Department, lifted a palm print from the front glass door, approximately 5 feet high, from the building located at 120 North Sweetser in Los Angeles County. And that on July 24th, 1989, George Herrera, number A8275, a forensic print specialist employed by Los Angeles Police Department and court-qualified expert in the comparison of fingerprints, examined the print lifted from the door at 120 North Sweetser by C. Caudell and determined it to have been made by the left palm of the defendant, Robert Bardo.
Is there any stipulation as to where this was on the door other than 5 feet from the ground? In other words, the middle, one side or the other? Or?
No, there is not, Your Honor.
All right.
So stipulate, counsel?
Yes. All right, court accepts the stipulation.
People call Patrick Devine.
Microphone to your mouth and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Patrick Devine, P-A-T-R-I-C-K-D-E-V-I-N-E.
Mr. Devine, can you please tell us what you do?
I'm a paramedic for the City of Los Angeles Fire Department.
And how long have you been so employed, sir?
8 years.
What are your duties?
I am a paramedic too for the fire department, and I work on a rescue ambulance and take care of sick and injured people in the streets of Los Angeles.
And in order to qualify for that job, sir, can you tell us what kind of educational background you have?
Primarily a program, paramedic program, which is 6 months schooling through the County of Los Angeles. And prior to that, 5 years of experience as an emergency medical technician working in the County of Ventura.
On July 18th, 1989, sir, at approximately 10 a.m., were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell me whether at some particular time after 10 a.m. you received a call?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I'm going to refer to our emergency medical services report.
If I may for a moment just identify the record you're referring to for counsel's benefit, it is contained in pages 1006 and 1007 of Discovery. You got a call?
Yes, approximately, according to the paper, at 10:19 a.m.
Do you recall where you were when you received that call?
Yes, we were eastbound on Beverly Boulevard. We had just left Cedars-Sinai Hospital from a previous call.
And do you call at Beverly and where you were at the time?
Not exactly. East of where San Vicente and
La Cienega?
La Cienega, yes.
You got a call to respond to what location at 10:19?
The address was 120 North Sweetser.
And how far were you from that location at the time you got the call?
Approximately 3 to 4 minutes.
And did you proceed directly to the call?
Yes, we did.
So that you got there at approximately 10:23?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the scene, when you got to the location of 120 North Sweetser, did you respond immediately to the person who was injured?
No, not immediately. It's standard procedure, excuse me, on shooting calls, it did come out as a shooting, to hold back and make sure the scene is pretty much safe. When we arrived on scene, there were several people standing around the street. One gentleman was waving at us, and we pulled up to him first, and he said that the victim now had been shot.
Did he direct your attention to some location?
Well, primarily, I remember the first thing he said was, she's been shot, and he ran down the alley. At that time, I looked down the alley to make sure there was nobody around, and I saw somebody running down the alley.
Do you recall what that person was wearing?
The only thing I do recall is a yellow shirt.
And upon seeing that, what did you do?
Again, checked the scene, made sure there was nobody else around, no shooters or anything like that, and pulled up in front of the house and got out and went to the victim.
I'm going to direct your attention first to photographs that had previously been marked. Equals 29. Ask you, sir, if you recognize the location depicted, particularly in photographs A through F.
Yes, I do recognize those.
And is that the location you responded to on July 18th, 1989 at approximately 10 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Do you recall where you found the victim?
She was laying, referring to your picture, she was laying in the foyer area, head into it, and her feet hanging out between the door jamb area.
Propping the door open?
I believe so, yes.
I have a series of 8 photographs, Your Honor, asked that they be marked collectively. People's 33, is that correct? I believe our last number was 32, I can check.
Sounds about right, I'm not absolutely positive. Is that correct? Okay, 33?
So we're showing you the series of 8 photographs that have now been marked as People's 33. Can you tell me if you recognize the location shown here?
Yes, I do.
And is that where you found the victim?
Yes.
Now, directing your attention to the photograph labeled as F, if you could, sir, can you point out in that photograph the position in which the victim was found?
From what I can recall, we found her. Her head was inside the door. Actually, primarily, most of her body is inside the door. I think from her almost waist down was hanging outside the doorway, the door jamb area here.
So her legs were pretty much outside?
Yes.
And she was on her back, sir?
Yes, she was.
Was she wearing something?
How would you describe it? Like a like a bathrobe type, short.
A short bathrobe?
Short bathrobe type.
Do you see the article of clothing shown in photographs, best shown in photographs G and I?
Yes.
Is that the item you found her wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, when you first responded to her, remove that item of clothing?
Not initially. Initially, we removed her from the foyer area out onto the sidewalk in front of the house.
And what did you do there?
We initiated our treatment. We did remove her clothing at that time from her body, and we started CPR and initiated IVs and our standard protocol.
When you first responded to the scene and saw the victim lying in the foyer, did you make any observations concerning her condition?
Yes.
And what were those?
Initially, she was not breathing. She was pulseless, and initially she was not breathing. And afterwards, I checked for pulse, and she did not have a pulse. She was extremely pale. I've never, in 8 years, seen anybody that pale after being stabbed or shot.
Okay. So by the time you saw her, she was not even bleeding?
No, she was not.
And she was very white?
Very, very pale.
And there was no pulse?
No pulse.
And that was within approximately 4 minutes of getting the call?
Yes, ma'am.
When you responded to the scene, did you note that there was a blood spatter pattern as shown best in photographs C and E? That was near the doorway, as you see it?
I did notice there was a lot of blood on the ground and around. Exactly where, I don't remember. I remember seeing some on the doorway and in the foyer area.
Did you attempt to avoid stepping in that blood spatter?
As much as possible, yes.
To preserve evidence?
Yes.
And what was it that you did to treat the victim on the sidewalk area?
Initially, we hooked her up to our EKG monitor. At that time, we noted that she was asystolic, which is basically she had no heart rhythm at all. We initiated CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. I intubated her, which is where we put a tube down into her lungs so we can breathe for her. And we started 2 large bore IVs so we could establish fluid into her system, hopefully, and put her on a backboard and transported her to Cedars-Sinai as quickly as we could. We also put what we call the mass trousers on her, which is a pneumatic pant device, which we inflate, hoping to assist in raising or elevating or retaining some sort of blood pressure.
Are these measures taken routinely, whether they're going to help or not? In other words, whether or not the victim is beyond help at that point?
Yes.
So even though you could determine that she had no pulse and for all intents and purposes could have been pronounced dead, you still proceeded with those procedures?
County protocol for us is that we have certain protocol that we can pronounce people dead, but she did not meet any of that protocol.
And what kind of protocol would that have been?
Obvious signs of death, such as lividity, which is where the blood pools, rigor mortis, decapitation, mass eviscerations, and things like that, where it's very obvious.
Really, I didn't know they could pronounce. Gummit. I hate this website, y'all. Hate it.
Article of clothing shown in photographs, best shown in photographs G and I.
Yes.
Is that the item you found her wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, when you first responded to her, remove that item of clothing?
Hoping to assist in raising or elevating or retaining some. For us is that we have certain protocol that we can pronounce people dead, but she did not meet any of that protocol.
And what kind of protocol would that have been?
Obvious signs of death, such as lividity, which is where the blood pools, rigor mortis, decapitation, mass eviscerations, and things like that, where it's very obvious.
It makes sense. I just didn't know that they could do that.
Now, sir, did you, the robe that the victim was wearing at the time that you found her, you removed that from her at the scene?
Yes.
And you left it there in the foyer? Is that yes?
Yes.
Is that standard operating procedure for you?
We usually try to leave any sort of clothing or what might be used as evidence for the police at the scene. Usually our concern is dealing with the patient, and it's common anytime we have a trauma patient, gunshots, stabbings, vehicle accidents of that kind of nature, we do what we call strip and flip. We remove as much clothing as possible so we can get a good look at the patient's body and therefore visualize any kind of injuries.
And determine whether there's more than just, like, for example, in this case, you saw one obvious gunshot wound.
One obvious gunshot wound. We checked her back, see if there was an exit or maybe there were more gunshot wounds.
Was there any other clothing on the victim at the time that you found her?
Not that I recall.
Now, I have here an item that is encased in tape and brown paper, presently has sealed red tags from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms National Laboratory Center. I'm going to be opening these tabs at this time. Council can see they're
That used to
presently
be
sealed.
part of my job too. And notifications. That is not a good thing to have to do.
There is a white
Make some more noise, Marcia.
envelope taped to this package that appears to state red chips and debris from dress number 2 with a signature, just with initials on the bottom. And I would imagine that the red chips described on the front of it are encased in this white paper, most likely by the firearms examiner. I have opened up this brown paper, and there appears to be a blue robe. I'm going to leave it in the brown paper, Your Honor, and show it to the witness if I may. Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, I'm showing you the item that has now been marked as People's 34. If you can tell me whether or not this appears to be the robe that the victim was wearing at the time you contacted her at approximately 10 a.m. on July 18th, 1989.
Yes, it does appear to be that robe.
Okay, and the one that you left in the foyer, which is shown in People's 33 G, H, I, and F.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Russ?
I have no questions.
Just one question. Sir, where were you when you saw the man in the yellow shirt running down the alley?
We were southbound on Sweetser in the oncoming traffic lane. The way my door was situated, it was dead even with the alley.
Okay, and had you talked to the man who was waving his arms before you saw the man in the yellow shirt?
Yes.
Okay. How far down the alley from your position was the man in the yellow shirt, approximately?
Somewhere between 30 yards or maybe even further.
All right, perhaps a little further than 30 yards?
Yes. Maybe 50 yards.
Do you know if he had crossed any streets at the time you saw him, or was he still in the same block that was immediately?
Quite frankly, I couldn't tell you.
Position.
He wasn't. He was headed east, and I couldn't tell if I didn't pay enough attention to tell if he was had crossed streets or anything like that.
All right. Anything on my examination? No, thanks.
Sir, please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
David Escoto, D-A-V-I-D-E-S-C-O-T-O.
Sir, can you tell us what you do?
I'm a detective for the Los Angeles Police Department.
How long have you been so employed, sir?
10 years.
As of July of 1989, where were you employed exactly?
Wilshire Division Homicide.
And in connection with that assignment, sir, were you assigned to go out to the scene of a murder that would transpired on July 18th, 1989 to locate possible evidence?
Yes, I was.
And in connection with those duties, sir, did you in fact recover some evidence?
Yes, I did.
First, I'm going to direct your attention to a shirt, Your Honor, I have here, an envelope that is presently stapled, an opening that's stapled. Removing what appears to be a yellow shirt. Asked that it be marked Peoples 35.
Yellow shirt will be marked Peoples 35.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to a diagram that's been marked as Peoples 21. You can see that?
Yes, I can.
Did you recover an item of evidence from the location with marked on the hatch marks on that diagram as the square marked as E, which is 8104 Beverly Boulevard, this building known as Stroud's, S-T-R-O-U-D?
Yes, I did.
What did you recover there?
I recovered on the rooftop a yellow long sleeve shirt, and inside of the shirt was 3 bullets and some currency, United States currency.
And I have here a manila envelope on the back of which is a red tape that is presently intact. Appears to be a seal, an evidence seal from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I'm going to break the seal now. I'm removing from that envelope 2 other manila envelopes. One appears to contain 1 round or 1 bulky item in it. The other one appears to contain several bulky items. I'd ask the envelope that contains several bulky items be marked as Peoples 36.
Yes.
I also have a manila envelope appears to contain a book called The Catcher in the Rye with paper clips at various points in it. I'd ask that this item be marked as Peoples 37.
I've read that. Cited in several murder trials, though.
Detective Escoto, showing you first of all Peoples 35. Can I ask you if you recognize the item?
Yes, this is the shirt I found on the rooftop of Stroud's on Beverly Boulevard. It's depicted by E. And when I recovered it, it had a brownish, and it still does, the brownish red stain, which to me appeared to be blood.
And when you say it had the brownish red stain, you are referring primarily to the sleeve?
Yes, on the shirt sleeve.
Which sleeve is that?
That would...
Looks like the right from here.
The right sleeve.
All right.
You indicated that you also found some live rounds in the shirt pocket of this item number 35?
In the front shirt pocket, yes.
I'm recovering from this manila envelope, Your Honor. Two loose live rounds I'm placing on the witness stand. One empty small manila packet. One plastic packet, which seems to contain a live round that has been dismantled and a glass vial with powder in it. For the court's edification, I can explain that this one round was dissected by the ballistics expert for a purpose of weighing grain weight.
There were 3 live rounds then at the time it was found in the shirt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct. Those appear to be hollow point bullets, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are these the items, can you tell me, based on the manner in which they were packaged and their appearance today, that is the package from which I removed them, that those are the rounds that you found located in the shirt pocket of the shirt that was found on top of the Stroud's rooftop?
Yes.
I'm going to place them back into the envelope, Your Honor,
Yes.
at this time. Can you tell me, sir, whether you recovered another item from the location of 8170 Beverly Boulevard that is the rooftop of that location? And that would be the area marked with the square with hatch marks D.
Yes, I did. I recovered a gun holster from the rooftop.
This item has already been marked as People's 8. I'm showing you People's 8, sir. Is that the item that you recovered?
Yes, it is.
And that is the rooftop of a building called the Beverly Gun Club? Beverly Hills Gun Club?
Yes.
And did you also recover an item of evidence from the location of 8000 Beverly Boulevard, which is the rooftop of the Beverly Convalescent Hospital, which is marked as F on the map?
Yes, I did.
And what did you recover there, sir?
A paperback book entitled Catcher in the Rye.
Showing you the item that is now marked as People 37. Can you tell me if this is the item you recovered from the rooftop of 8000 Beverly Boulevard?
Yes, it is.
And did it have these paper clips in it at the time that you recovered it?
Yes, it did.
When you recovered all of these items, sir, what did you do with them?
I brought them back to the police station and made sure that they were turned over to Detective Coulter.
Now, I have some, did you have photographs, or were there some photographs taken of these items in the position in which they were found?
Yes.
Next item number, I believe, will be 38, Your Honor. Has a photograph?
Yes, 38.
Thank you. I'm going to show them to counsel as I mark them. I wonder if it wouldn't be easier to mark these collectively as 38 with letters, since it pertains to one topic. So I'm going to mark these all collectively as 38. The first one being A, which should be show a what appears to be the yellow shirt now marked as 35 on a rooftop. B is a close-up of that same shirt. C is a picture of that same shirt with the bullets protruding from the pocket in which they were found. D is a picture of that same shirt showing the currency that was found in that shirt. E is a picture of the photograph of the building located at 8170 Beverly Boulevard. Which I believe is where the holster was found.
That's correct.
F is a photograph of the location of the rooftop in which the Catcher in the Rye was found. And G is a close-up enabling one to read the title of the book. Sir, showing you these photographs now that are marked 38A, B, C, and D. Is that do those photographs depict the item now marked as People's 35 in the location in which you found and the condition in which you found it?
Yes, it is.
And the 3 live rounds were found in the pocket in which they're shown in photograph 38C?
They were in the pocket, but I caused them to be moved out so we can photograph them. Same with the money in D.
And the photograph now marked as 38E, is that where the holster was found, sir?
That's correct.
It was on the roof of that building?
On the roof, yes.
And now the photographs marked F and G. Is that the condition and the location in which you found the item marked as People's 37 at this time, the book Catcher in the Rye?
That's correct. It's the rooftop of where I found the book.
Did you also attempt, sir, to locate a gun that could be associated as the murder weapon in this case?
Yes, I checked the rooftops from Sweetser Avenue all the way east to, I believe it was Fairfax, and I did not find a weapon.
And have you continued to work on this case along with the investigating officers, Detectives Bolin and Coulter?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, has any murder weapon ever been located?
No.
I have nothing further.
Officer, did you make a notation of the paper-clipped pages that you now say were in the book?
I didn't make a notation, but I do remember they were on the pages, yes.
Okay. Just so the record's clear, your testimony is not that where the pages are paper clipped now, that is the exact location of the paper clips when you recovered the book. Isn't that true?
My testimony is that there were paper clips on the pages, yes, sir.
Okay.
Is either side going to contend that the location of the paper clips has any significance to this case, reference to any passages in the book?
As far as the defense is concerned, Your Honor, I think it is a fairly significant point that we wish to bring out.
All right. Well, I don't want to interfere. All I want to see if I can't shortcut this a bit.
You made no notation or mental note concerning the exact pages that were paper clipped in the book Catcher in the Rye.
No, I did not.
Okay. So all you can say now is that you recall that certain pages were paper clipped. You cannot state with any certainty at all that the pages that are now paper clipped in the book were the exact pages paper clipped when you found them.
I cannot know.
Okay. That's fine. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Detective, did you move the paper clips when you found the book?
I didn't move them, no.
And isn't it standard operating procedure for you not to tamper with the condition in which an item of evidence is found?
That's correct.
So that when you found the book and you saw the paper clips on them, you left them intact, is that right?
That's correct.
And then you put it in an envelope, an evidence envelope?
I put them in an envelope and turned them over to Detective Coulter, yes.
Is it your experience, sir, and your training that you're not to tamper with a piece of evidence or alter the condition in which it's found?
That's correct.
So to the best of your knowledge, sir, was there any tampering with this item of evidence if standard operating procedures were followed?
To my knowledge, no one tampered with it.
So that the pages that are clipped today should still be the same pages that were clipped when you found it?
They should be, yes.
I have nothing further.
Excuse me, you didn't follow the chain of evidence in this case, as far as that piece of evidence is concerned. Isn't that true?
I didn't say that.
The first time that you saw the book, you grabbed it, you put it in an envelope, and you handed it to another officer. That's what you did, right?
I believe I hung on to it and brought it to the police station.
And who did you give it to?
I gave it to Detective Coulter after the next time I saw him.
And when you gave it to him, did you give it to him in a sealed condition?
Sealed?
Yeah, did you seal
No,
it?
it was in an evidence envelope.
And was the evidence envelope sealed?
No, it was not.
Okay, and after you did that, you had absolutely no further contact with that book, isn't that true?
That's true.
So you don't know who handled it subsequent to you?
After subsequent to me, no.
And you don't know whoever may have handled it, you don't know if they moved the paper clips or didn't, quite honestly, correct?
No one should have moved them.
Well, no, what I'm asking you is you don't know what anyone else did with that book. Isn't that true?
Once I gave it to Detective Coulter, no, sir.
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
No objection.
You may be excused, sir.
Name is Paul Coulter, Paul-Coulter.
Counsel, I have a stipulation, Your Honor, concerning one item of evidence. Counsel, may it be stipulated that Detective Gannon, employed by the Los Angeles Police Department assigned to Wilshire Homicide as of July 18, 1989, recovered one live round at the location of the South Alley between Harper and La Jolla on July 19, 1989, in the scope and course of his duties.
Yes, we'll stipulate.
And the round that we are referring to in this stipulation, sir, may I ask that it now be marked as People's 39?
Maybe so marked. What are those streets again?
That was in the South Alley between Harper and La Jolla. That would be this location, sir.
I see. Harper and La Jolla, okay.
Approximately a block and a half east of the crime scene.
All right, court accepts the stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Coulter, can you tell us what your occupation is?
It's a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department assigned to Wilshire area homicide.
And how long have you been so employed?
Currently a little over 14 years.
And as of the date of July 18th, 1989, were you assigned to Wilshire Homicide?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to that crime scene for the purpose of handling the case as the investigating officer?
As one of them, yes.
And the other one being Frank Boland?
Yes, ma'am.
When you responded to the scene, that is 120 North Sweetser, did you recover an item of evidence from the foyer of the building?
Yes, I did.
And what item was that?
That was a blue kind of a print bathrobe.
And is that the item that we've now marked as People's 34, sir?
Yes, it is.
And is that also the same item that is shown in the photograph? On People's 33?
Yes, it is from the location that I did recover it from, yes.
Is that the only article of clothing that came into your possession from the crime scene?
Yes, it is.
And did the paramedics turn over any other clothing?
No, they did not.
To the best of your knowledge, that was the only item of clothing worn by the victim at the time of the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also cause photographs to be taken of Rebecca Schaeffer's, of the interior of her apartment?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have here a series of 6 photographs. Ask that they be marked as People's 40.
Yes.
Showing you People's 40, sir. Can you tell me if you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do. This was the living room area.
Referring now to photographs E and F?
E and F of Rebecca Schaeffer's apartment. Photograph C here is the bathroom area, the sink and toilet shower area. Photograph D is her bedroom area, depicting the closet area. And photograph A was the front door, depicting the keys still in the interior lock of the front door.
And photograph B is also a photograph of the bathroom area?
Yes, it is.
And when were those photographs taken, sir?
On the 18th of July.
When you first got to the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that area secured prior to your arrival?
Yes, it was.
To prevent any disturbance of any of the items there?
Yes, it was.
And sir, were you the one that came into possession of the receipt for the gun purchased by Edward Bardo that is now marked as People's 6?
Yes, I am.
And when did you come into possession of that item?
On July 20th, 1989,
And where did you recover it from?
from Mr. Richard Reese, one of the managers at Jensen's Gun Shop in Tucson, Arizona.
And is that your name in the upper left-hand corner?
Yes, it is.
And that's to document the fact that you recovered this item of evidence?
Yes, it is.
Sir, do you also recall having photographs taken, and I'm showing now People's 22, of the location of Jay's Market and specifically close-ups of the payphones depicted in photographs E and the close-up showing F and G, the location and phone number of those payphones?
Yes, I do.
Showing you the item of evidence marked now as People's 31, that appears to be a phone bill earlier identified by Arlene Weidrich. Can you tell me whether the phone number shown with the area code 213 appears to be the same phone number as shown in the photograph F and photograph G?
Yes, it is.
As one of the investigating officers in this case, sir, have you maintained contact with the case and followed its developments in terms of the recovery of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Has a murder weapon ever been located?
No, it has not.
I have nothing further. Oh, excuse me, I do. One moment. The book referred to earlier in People's 37, Catcher in the Rye.
Yes, ma'am.
When Detective Escoto placed it into an envelope, he turned it over to you, did he?
Yes, he did.
What did you do with it?
I closed the envelope. I placed our evidence tag on it. This is my writing here on the yellow evidence tag depicting one book, and booked it into our property room at Wilshire Area Property. I caused it to be transported down to our SID crime lab for a chemical analysis for fingerprints.
Is it the policy and standard operating procedure that when items of evidence are submitted for analysis to Scientific Investigations Division that they are not to alter the condition in which these evidence items are found?
Yes, ma'am, to my knowledge it is.
So that the paper clips that we've earlier been discussing that were found on the book by Detective Escoto should be in the same position now as when they were found by Detective Escoto on the rooftop at 8170 Beverly Boulevard?
Object to that, that's definitely calling for speculation and conclusion.
As far as this witness is concerned, I can draw my own inferences based on the evidence thus far submitted and any additional evidence that either side wants to give. So I'll sustain the objection.
After it was submitted to, after this item number 37 was submitted to the Scientific Investigations Division for print analysis, what happened to this piece of evidence?
It was transported back to the property room where it remained until needed for court.
Do you have any knowledge that anyone tampered with the paper clips in that are affixed to some of those pages, sir?
No, I do not.
I have nothing further.
Do you have any knowledge that anyone did not tamper with that book?
No, I do not.
Were you present at the time the fingerprint testing was conducted on the book?
No, I was not.
Do you know who did it then?
Offhand, no, I don't.
Okay, and you don't know who was present in the testing room at the time it was being...
No, I do not.
And you don't know who transported it back into the evidence locker, do you?
By name, no.
Did you inventory the apartment of Rebecca Schaeffer during your investigation?
You mean inventory every item?
Yes.
No, I did not.
Did you look around in her apartment, her bedroom area?
Yes.
Did you look at other items of clothing that she, perhaps that were present in her apartment?
I looked in the closet area, yes. There was some clothing in there, some shoes.
Did you make a notation as to whether or not Withdrawn, Your Honor. May I have just a moment?
Sure.
Actually, I have nothing further. There will be a stipulation, Your Honor, that I've discussed with counsel.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Clark? You may step down.
Yeah, I think he had that same book, didn't he? And then it was also mentioned in Dirty Dancing.
Earlier, Detective Boland, can you tell us what your occupation is?
I'm a police officer employed by the City of Los Angeles as a detective for Wilshire Division Homicide.
And how long have you been so employed, sir?
For 23 years.
And how long have you been assigned to Wilshire Homicide?
13 years.
Are you one of the investigating officers assigned to this case, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been so assigned as of the date of the occurrence, July 18th, 1989?
Yes, I have.
Now, were you present at the crime scene when the original photographs were taken at the scene?
Yes.
I'm just going to go through them quickly and ask you to indicate whether or not these were photographs taken, if not in your presence, then at your direction, when you responded to the scene on that date.
Yes.
People's 32, sir?
Yes.
Series of 7?
Yes.
People's 29?
Yes.
People's 33?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you a series of photographs that is as yet unmarked. I'd ask that it be marked as People's, would this be 41?
41 is next, yeah.
And a series of 8? If you can tell me, sir, whether or not these are photographs pertaining to the crime scene.
Yes.
Do you recognize the person shown in photograph D?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
That is Detective Mike Gannon, Gannon.
Do you know, sir, what it is he's attempting to illustrate by his pointing to a car in photograph D?
No, I don't. I'm not sure.
He is also shown pointing to an area of a bush in photograph G.
That's true.
Are you aware of what he's depicting in that area?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware that he did recover one loose round at the location of the South Alley between Harper and La Jolla?
I am, yes.
And is it possible that that's what he's indicating there?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Can you tell us, excuse me, sir, I forgot to ask you this. You've seen the diagram marked previously as People's 21?
Yes.
Can you tell me how the locations depicted in the photographs in People's 41 relates to that diagram?
That is a picture of the east, those are a series of pictures of the east-west alley leading from Sweetser going easternly, and it picks various locations along the alley route.
And you are aware, sir, that various buildings along the alley route were the buildings on whose rooftops evidence was located?
I was told that, yes.
I have here an item, Your Honor, that is an envelope that appears to be addressed to Robert Cleaves. I'd ask that it now be marked, it was previously marked as a Courts Exhibit 5. I'd ask that it now be marked as People's 42.
Yes, People's 42.
And another envelope that is addressed to the desk of Dr. Morris Cirillo, Cerullo, as People's 43.
Yes.
Showing you People's, what is now been marked as People's 42, sir. Can you tell me if you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that item being entered into evidence pursuant to a motion earlier in Department 102?
Yes, I do.
Was that an item turned over to you by a jail liaison deputy Britton, Brittain?
Yes.
And showing you now the item marked as People's 43, sir, can you tell me if you recognize that item?
I do.
And where did it, do you know at this time where you recovered that item from?
I recovered it in San Diego, California.
Pursuant to search warrant, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
From a law office?
Yes, the attorney's name was Timothy Treadwell, I believe it was.
When you recovered that item, in the condition in which you found it at that time was sealed in a manila envelope?
Yes.
And did you then transport it to the court in Department 102 for the purpose of the motion that was then pending?
Yes, I did.
After that motion, the item was unsealed and that envelope was produced to you?
Yes, it was.
And the letter it contains?
Yes.
Directing you, sir, to the series of photographs marked in People's 32 now. Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
About a week ago, maybe approximately a week and a half ago.
And you were present when they were taken, were you not?
I was.
I'm going to put this set of photographs up. And if you need to point, please do so. Were photographs taken in an attempt to show what Rebecca Schaeffer would have been capable of seeing, or someone capable of seeing walking down the hallway with respect to the visibility of someone standing at the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, at this point. I have no objection to the photographs or the introduction of the photographs. I do have an objection when we get to the area of what Rebecca Schaeffer would have seen. I don't think it's accurate to draw those conclusions for this witness.
He's being asked to draw that conclusion. I think that he's being asked to describe the purpose of the photographs, and for that limited purpose, I will allow the answer to come in, but I will not accept it as that which she would have seen by any means.
First of all, can you tell me in these photographs, sir, where was your position when you were being taken?
My position was outside the glass front door, standing alongside of the walkway and adjacent to a bush on the north side of the doorway.
Is that the same bush that is shown in photograph, best shown, I guess, in photograph E and F of People's 29?
Yes.
And that's the bush I'm pointing to right now?
Yes.
And you stood some ways back from that bush on the grass?
Yes.
From the position you were occupying, sir, were you able to see into the building through the glass door?
I was.
And were you able, was I standing inside the building walking down the hallway at that time?
You were.
Were you able to see me as I progressed down the hallway?
Yes.
And did you maintain that position behind the bush the entire time that I walked down the hallway?
I did.
Can you see yourself in these photographs at this time, in photographs A through F, from the inside of the building?
appears that only in picture C.
And in photographs G and H, can you show me where you see yourself if you can?
I appear in both those photographs, standing at the location I described earlier. And on the particular photo, it would be on the right side of the doorway in each photograph. And I'll point to them. In photograph G, I'm here. And in photograph H, I'm here.
Can you both see your shot?
Yes, I can see.
Now, sir, have you, were you present for the testimony of Oscar Marino when he testified in this courtroom?
This is a new area, and it's supposed to be on noon, so let's take the noon recess until 1:30.
When we left off, sir, I was beginning to ask you whether you were present for the testimony of Oscar Marino, who testified that he and the defendant crossed paths at a phone box that he identified in an aerial photograph on Sweetser, on the west side of Sweetser. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
For the record, I'm referring to People's 25 now. Do you recall where that area was? You're pointing now to a red circle. That is a heavy red circle.
Yes.
Yes, apparently a heavy red circle at the northwest corner of the alley in Sweetser.
Thank you, Honor. Now, you yourself have been to the crime scene a number of times, is that correct?
A number of times, yes.
Did you go back to that crime scene then and walk at an average pace from the location indicated on People's 25 that you've just referred to now to the door of Rebecca Schaeffer?
Yes, I did.
And how long did it take you to get there?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. We're getting into a type of a human enactment. It's really irrelevant how long it took this officer to walk a distance, because we have no way of knowing what the actual walking speed or time that it took for any of these individuals to walk. We don't know if they stopped and engaged in a conversation or if they did something else, so I object on those grounds.
Well, I don't think it's a reenactment. On the other hand, do you have the actual distance? Because whatever this officer said, I would take that as a range of time.
Right, I'm not
I
trying
need
to
some kind of an idea as to how long it would take. However,
May I respond, Your Honor, please? All I'm trying to do, this goes to the weight. I think what counsel's argument does goes to the weight and not the admissibility. I'm doing it to give the court some idea of the kind of distance we're talking about here.
why wasn't the distance measured? That's the best idea I could possibly have. Then I would have, I wouldn't need some officer who may walk at some arbitrary speed to do it and perhaps throw the range off a bit. But again, we're not talking about distances or times that are either measured by a micrometer or by an atomic vibration watch, but we're talking about approximates.
Just so that the court's aware of our position, I see what's happening is that certain facts now and are going to be interpreted or subject to extrapolation, and a lot of these inferences or conclusions that are being drawn by the witnesses, we have some strong objection to that. I have no problem at all with them telling what the distance is or what was a certain testimony of a certain witness, something along those lines. I just want to request that the court take some concern at the interpretation of the evidence.
I don't have any problem with the testimony I'm seeking to elicit from the officer at this time being taken just as a generalization, but I think that we can make an estimate of the distance from the diagram.
Clark, it would be far more helpful to me to know what the distance is than it would how long it took a particular officer who may differ from the defendant in length of stride, rapidity of movement, and perhaps even emotional condition at the time. So
I believe that the diagram we have here in People's 21 could be helpful to estimate the distance we're talking about, Your Honor.
all right. I'll allow the officer to estimate the distance that it was.
That's why I put up the diagram. I think the
And I also have a superfluity of aerial photographs from which I can draw my own conclusions, assuming everything's in scale and we're not in Lilliputian.
If you like, Your Honor, perhaps the easier thing to do would be allow the officer to go out and measure it himself and testify to that tomorrow morning. It wouldn't take very long.
All right.
In any case, the court can see itself from the aerial. That's correct, from People's 25. I don't know that it's as descriptive as a live person's testimony concerning the distance and time itself, but it certainly does speak for itself to the extent that there's a red circle where they cross paths, as testified to by Oscar Marino, and an X over the building where it occurred.
And there are, as a matter of fact, the west curb of Sweetser is practically lined with automobiles, which would give a fairly decent estimate as to the length. Though all those automobiles appear to be approximately the same length, except for one that is just beyond the house, and therefore would be irrelevant to the distance. And there's some spaces between that can be estimated, but that's fine. Measure it. All right. Next subject.
Sir, also pursuant to search warrant, did you seize the item I'm now going to ask be marked as People's 44, a letter addressed to Robert Cleves with writing on the front and containing yellow legal pages?
I did, yes.
Further, sir, was an item turned over to you by myself, which is an envelope I'd ask now be marked People's 45, envelope and contents, addressed to a Kevin Thomas.
Yes.
And with what appears to be a religious card with writing on it that appears to bear the name Robert Bardo.
Yes.
Lastly, Detective Boland, did you happen to see the defendant shortly after his arrest in Pima County, in the Pima County Jail?
I did, yes.
Was that on July 20th, sir, of 1989?
Yes, it was.
Did his hair look then like it does now?
It's different now.
How so?
It's cut short. It was much longer then.
You've seen the booking photo that we've already placed into evidence, have you?
Yes.
And did it look like that at the time you saw him?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Did you ever interview Mr. Moreno?
No, I did not.
As the investigating officer, you're aware of police reports wherein Mr. Moreno was interviewed, correct?
Yes.
Did you review those reports as part of your investigation in this case?
Yes.
Did you... Let me back up. So when you were discussing about the route that Mr. Moreno took, how did you determine that, if not from speaking to Mr. Moreno directly?
Are you referring to walking across the street?
Yes.
I'm just receiving that information now.
Okay, so you never spoke to him directly, you just heard his testimony?
That's true.
I want to direct your attention to the letters referred to in People's 44, also People's 45. Do you know when those letters were written?
No, sir, I don't.
Can you tell the court whether or not these letters were written after the event in question?
Yes.
Can you tell the court whether or not an attempt was made by either your department or the sheriff's department at your direction to gather all of the letters that Robert Bardo had written
while this case was pending.
That's true.
And I take it that as part of this plan or part of this investigation, Mr. Bardo was never advised that his letters were going to be seized and reviewed. Isn't that true?
I have no knowledge of that, sir.
Did you ever advise Mr. Bardo that the letters that he had written or was going to write while incarcerated were going to be reviewed by you, the investigator in this case?
I personally know.
Okay. Did you, as part of the investigation in this case then, collect all of the letters that Mr. Bardo had written while in custody?
All letters that were received by the Sheriff's Department eventually came to me, yes.
Now, one of those letters was the letter introduced by the district attorney, People's number 44, correct?
Yes.
Letter to Robert Cleaves.
Yes.
How many letters were obtained at the residence of Mr. Cleaves?
A total of 8.
Okay. How many pages of material were collected, if you know?
I don't know an exact number, but there were many pages.
C-L-E-A-V-E-S. V as in Victor.
V-E-S, all right.
Now, you also were able to obtain letters that Mr. Bardo had written after this event and after his arrest to Mr. Kevin Thomas, correct?
Yes.
That was Mr. Thomas is a critic for the LA Times, film critic?
Yes.
Okay. And you also were able to discover a letter that Mr. Robert Bardo had written while incarcerated again to a religious minister, Mr. Cerullo.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to the court who Mr. Cerullo is?
Mr. Cerullo is a TV evangelist who is based in San Diego, and apparently his ministry is broadcast on television, and I believe it's cable television, but I'm not absolutely sure of that. I've never personally seen his film.
But you attended a hearing, did you not, in Department 102 on this issue about the letters that were retained by the Sheriff's Department, letters written by Mr. Bardo?
Yes.
And as part of that motion, and I believe you testified at that hearing, it was determined that that evangelist program was aired at the county jail facility. True?
Yes, I believe it was, yes.
How many letters penned by Mr. Robert Bardo to this minister were retained by you as part of this investigation?
There's 2 letters.
Only priest is privileged.
2, Your Honor.
2?
Okay.
Other kinds aren't. Other kinds of
As part of your investigation in this case, and I take it you are one of the lead investigators?
Yes, sir.
Did you come across any information or knowledge to lead you to conclude that Mr. Bardo was advised that the letters he wrote and mailed out were going to be retained as evidence?
Well, I have a problem in answering that question directly, sir, if you want a yes or no. I personally know. I'm referring to the hearing that we went to, and I heard the testimony of sheriff's officers.
As far as your personal knowledge, documentation or records, something along those lines, there was nothing to indicate that Mr. Robert Bardo was advised his letters were going to be retained as evidence.
Not on my part of the investigation.
Now, you're not clear as to the dates of the letters to Mr. Cleaves or the dates of the letters to Mr. Cerullo, but can you tell the court with any amount of certainty that whether or not those letters were written during this year?
I I believe they were, yes.
Clearly, they were written after.
Letters to both sets of letters, those to Mr. Cleaves and those to Mr. Cirillo?
Well, we have postmarks on these letters. Perhaps it should speak
Well, I
for
haven't
itself.
seen them. Not only that, I have, of course, I was not a witness to these hearings, nor do I have a transcript to read, even if I could by stipulation, so you'll have to be very explicit as to what you're talking about.
Well, perhaps counsel and I can stipulate.
Why don't we stipulate as to the postmarks of the letters, then?
May I have just one?
Let me ask Mr. Galindo something. The drift of your questioning seems to have legal, if not constitutional, implications. You aren't suggesting that the issue of the admissibility of these letters be relitigated, are you?
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Then I trust you enough. Just keep going until there's an objection or something.
Well, I'm well aware of the constitutional issues involved, and there is some method to my madness. But I think if we can approach, we can clear up some of these matters and reach a stipulation.
Get a few things clear as well. With the reporter, please.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Yes, let me put this on the record so that it's clear. Detective Boland, when you indicate that you were present at a hearing in which sheriff's deputies testified, was that a hearing in which the deputies were indicating the reason why they began to seize this defendant's mail?
Yes.
And was it initially indicated that in the beginning there was an examination of his mail due to a threat made against Debbie Gibson by this defendant?
Yes.
And then subsequently,
We are objecting to the introduction of that as far as if it's being offered to the truth of the matter asserted, because we are disputing that.
The truth of the matter asserted. Whether he threatened Debbie Gibson or not is not a matter before this court in any way.
no, I'm establishing foundational matter justifying the seizure. And then after the seizure of the letter to Morris Cirillo, excuse me, strike that. Morris Cirillo contacted, actually Paul, or his lawyer contacted Paul Coulter, your partner, did he not?
Yes.
To indicate that there was a letter received by Morris Cirillo that they were going to turn over.
Yes.
And then we litigated the issue as to whether or not that would be privileged.
Yes.
And after that was litigated, based on a threat seen in that letter to Diane Cannon, another order was given to the sheriff's deputies to seize and examine the mail written by Mr. Bardo. Is that correct?
Yes.
The evidence recovered pertaining to mail written to Morris Cirillo consists of one letter to Morris Cirillo, and then after the seizure of that letter, another letter to an official in his ministry, Connie Broome, B-R-O-O-M-E.
Yes.
So there's only one letter to Morris Cirillo.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right, may this witness be excused?
No objection.
Yes, no objection.
You may be excused.
Your Honor, since I've already marked the Kevin Thomas letter, perhaps what I ought to do is read in the stipulation that counsel and I have agreed to and mark the article that seems to have precipitated the responsive letter by the defendant at this time.
The newspaper article you're holding?
That's correct.
All right.
I've given counsel a copy of it. I'm showing it to him again. I'm going to keep it in its envelope, Your Honor. It's an article concerning a review of the movie called End of Innocence, marked as People's 46.
Yes.
Counsel, may it be stipulated that on December 6th of 1990, Kevin Thomas, a film critic employed by the Los Angeles Times, wrote an article now submitted as People's 46 into evidence, reviewing the film entitled End of Innocence, which was written and directed by Diane Cannon, and in which Rebecca Schaeffer was featured. That he received 2 letters from Robert Bardo on December 11th and 14th of 1990, which he turned over to Deputy District Attorney Marcia Clark on December 24th, 1990. The letter received on December 11th, 1990 is now being offered into evidence as People's 45.
It's the one written on December 11th?
Correct.
And I take it the December 14th letter is not going to be offered, or what?
That's correct.
Right.
Actually, I'm not saying when it was written, Your Honor. All I can say is when it was received.
Dated. Oh, received? Okay.
Yes.
Selser.
Dr. Selser, could you please tell us what is your occupation?
I'm a physician employed by the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
And your specialty?
Forensic pathology.
And how long have you been so employed?
About 7 years.
With the County Coroner's Office in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And in that time, ma'am, how many autopsies have you performed?
To this date, over 3,000 personally.
Does counsel want to stipulate to this witness's background and credentials?
Yes, I'll stipulate.
I'm familiar with her background somewhat.
Now, were you the coroner assigned to this particular case, that is case number 89-7055?
May I refer to the report?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I did this case.
Counsel, may it be stipulated that the subject autopsied in this matter is the subject identified as Rebecca Schaeffer, which is the victim alleged in the information, and is also the subject referred to in all of the photographs that will be introduced with this coroner?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me first show you these photographs, ma'am. I think what I'll do is start by marking the very first one. Is this a blow-up of one of the photographs that were taken at your direction during the autopsy of Rebecca Schaeffer?
Yes.
I'd ask that this photograph, Your Honor, be marked as People's 47.
Mark People's 47.
Thank you. And if you can, ma'am, tell us what that photograph depicts.
It shows the entry wound, gunshot wound to the chest.
Now, when you first receive a body in for autopsy, do you make a cursory examination of the body?
Overall impression, yes, and then a detailed description, external exam, and then an internal exam.
During the course of your external examination of this particular victim, as in all cases, do you start from the head and move down?
Yes.
And in this particular case, did you examine the eyes?
Yes.
Did you find any contact lenses in the eyes?
No.
Now, could you describe for me the location of the gunshot wound that is shown in People's 47?
It was on the front of the chest, just slightly to the right of the midline.
And can you tell me what is the size of it?
Yes, it was a slightly oval wound. May I refer to the report?
Yes, please.
Precise, was located 15 3/4 inches below the top of the head and 3/4 of an inch to the right of the midline. It measured 7/16 by 5/16 of an inch.
Did you observe a stippling pattern?
Yes.
Could you tell us where exactly?
It was around the wound. There was a dense pattern along the center of the chest area that would be consistent with the open area of a shirt or a garment. It was fainter and a broader pattern around the entry wound. The entire stippling pattern was measured. It extended 6 inches above the wound, 4 inches to the left. It was up to 6.5 inches to the 10 o'clock position and 5 inches to the 8:30 position. It was about 3 inches around the 8 o'clock position from the center of the wound.
Did you observe any stippling on the hands or the forearms?
No.
Did you observe any sooting?
No.
Soot? No? No soot. Perhaps it would be beneficial to the court if I would pass these photographs up to allow the court to view them as the witness is describing. Now, did you also determine...
Just a moment. When you speak of the 10 o'clock position, you're not speaking of 10 o'clock as you look at the photograph, but rather 10 o'clock from the perspective on the other side, or what?
Your Honor, the entry wound would be the center of the clock.
Yes.
Upward toward the base of the neck would be the 12 o'clock position.
Yes.
Toward her right shoulder would be the 10 o'clock position.
All right, so the clock is superimposed upon the diagram and the photographs as if you were looking at the clock as an observer rather than from the standpoint of the victim. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, as if you would look at it on the wall.
All right, then let me ask you, this area here,
Yes, Your Honor.
shape,
Yes,
just
Your
to
Honor.
the right of the wound in the photograph, what is that?
That's a denser area of stippling.
All right. And that would be approximately in what, the 1 o'clock position or so?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's what confused me, I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may have this back.
Did you then attempt to determine the path or trajectory of the bullet as it tore through the body?
Yes.
Let's begin. Initially, did you determine an angle front to back for the
Yes.
entry? And what was that?
The approximately 30 degrees.
And did you determine an angle from right to left?
Yes, a slight right to left trajectory, about 15 degrees.
And did you determine a trajectory from up to down?
Yes, downward about 75 degrees.
Did you have trajectory rods placed in the wound to indicate, to assist you in making these measurements?
Yes, for a photographic representation.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have 2 photographs depicting trajectory rods placed into the wound. I'd ask that they be marked Peoples 48.
Together? B or?
Perhaps A and B is best. 48, that indicates a downward view from the top to the bottom of the torso. And 48B, a view of the trajectory rod from the side angle of the torso. Showing you what is now been marked as 48A and B. Can you tell me whether those are the rods used in this case to indicate or illustrate the trajectory angles you've just described to us?
Yes.
The photograph that has been marked as 48A that I'm holding for you now, does that indicate to you the, well, tell me, you tell me, what does that indicate to you with respect to which trajectory angle is depicted?
It indicates a right to left and downward trajectory.
And 48B?
Indicates also a downward trajectory.
To the court? Can you describe for me the path of travel of the bullet through the victim's body?
Yes, the bullet entered the skin, traveled downward predominantly. It fractured the top of the fourth rib, altered the trajectory somewhat less in a downward and slightly more of a right to left trajectory. Yes, the bullet injured the heart through the right ventricle, also through the aorta and the esophagus.
Was a hole created in the aorta?
Yes.
Approximately what size?
Near totally severing the aorta.
Very large?
Yes.
Would you say that most of the right side of the heart was obliterated by the bullet?
Yes, there was about a 2-inch defect in the right side of the heart, a very large defect.
2-inch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you describe the damage done to the heart as you describe it in your autopsy report with respect to specifically the path the bullet took?
Yes, the bullet, as I've noted here and you have asked, caused a large defect in the heart, about 2 inches, nearly obliterating most of the right side of the heart, the right atrium, the right ventricle, and the right intraatrial septum, and the right coronary artery.
Where did it hit next?
The aorta and the esophagus.
And what was the damage it affected there?
Extensive damage, nearly totally severing both of those structures.
As you were tracing the path of the bullet, did you recover any of the fragments that it left behind?
Yes.
And where did you recover them from?
There were fragments recovered along the bony spine. After passing through the aorta and the esophagus, the bullet then hit the 11th and 12th thoracic vertebrae, leaving, fragments of bullets and jacket along that area.
As it deposited these fragments, did the major portion of the bullet continue on its way through the body? And where?
Yes, it continued into the soft tissues of the lower left back.
And where did the main portion of the bullet ultimately lodge?
Came to rest beneath the skin of the back, 22.5 inches below the top of the head and 1 3/4 inches to the left of the midline.
There's a photograph here of the victim's back. I'd ask that it be marked People's 49.
People's 49.
And a close-up indicating that what appears to be a bruising area on the back on People's 49, where it's been incised as People's 50 with a bullet next to the incision. Showing you what I've now marked as People's 49 now. Can you tell me whether you see the area in that photograph from which you were ultimately able to extract what was left of the bullet?
Yes, you can see the bruise on the skin surface. The bullet was right beneath that area.
And showing you People's 50. Can you tell me what you were depicting in that photograph?
Yes, the skin was then incised and the bullet removed and photographed just after removal.
So that is a close-up of People's 50 after the wound was incised? A close-up of People's 49 after the wound was incised? People's 50 is?
Yes.
And what did you do with the main portion of the bullet that you recovered and the fragments that you recovered from the victim's body?
They were placed in a labeled evidence envelope. I kept them in my pocket until the evidence envelope was then dropped in our evidence safe following the dictation and completion of the autopsy report about 14:30 hours on the same day as the autopsy.
John, I have here a small manila envelope marked coroner's evidence. I'd ask that the envelope and its contents be marked People's 51.
Did I miss 50?
Yes, 50 was the incised area with the bullet.
Oh, I see.
showing you People's 51 now. Can you tell me if you recognize this envelope?
No, I don't.
This is not the envelope that you filled out.
That's correct. No, it is not.
Do you recognize this kind of envelope?
It's not the medical envelope. It may be from our evidence department.
Okay. So all you do is put it into your medical envelope, evidence envelope, and then turn it over?
Drop it in our evidence safe, which is like a mailbox.
Did you do something to the bullet that you recovered from the body of the victim to indicate that you were the one who recovered it?
Yes, I marked the base of the bullet with the letters S, diagonal mark, and S.
Your Honor, this outer envelope was sealed formerly with a tape. I'm now unsealing it, recovering from within inside a manila envelope that is sealed all over with red alcohol, tobacco, and firearms tape. I'm going to attempt to break this seal. Perhaps, do we have scissors?
Clerk has scissors.
I have some, thank you. The court reporter was kind enough. I'm cutting now the top of this envelope off. Recovering from within yet another envelope that is also bearing the red seals from alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Do you recognize this envelope, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that the envelope you described that you utilized for the purpose of preserving evidence?
Yes.
Is that your handwriting on the front?
The top part of it, yes.
And is this the envelope that bears this particular case number into which you placed the fragments and bullet that you recovered during the autopsy of this victim?
Yes.
I'm going to cut across the top of this envelope as well, which is presently sealed over with many pieces of red alcohol, tobacco, and firearms tape. What appears to be, I'm looking into the envelope, I'm showing it to Dr. Seltzer, what appears to be many fragments. I'm going to put it out at this time before the witness and ask if the witness can indicate to me whether or not the major portion of the bullet that remains bears the initials she's described.
I'm sorry, I can't read those on the base of the bullet at this time.
It's been how long since you did this autopsy?
The autopsy was done on July 20th, 1989 at 10 o'clock.
So it's been over 2 years. I can just barely see some scratching on the base of it. What appears to be the bottom of an S and then a bottom of a line.
Can you see that? Would a glass help? If we can get one. Magnifying glass?
Magnifying glass, would that help?
It may, Your Honor. The jacket's very hard. It's difficult to mark.
Ms. Chen? Not there.
All right, why don't we put these back in for now until we get the glass?
Let me ask you, all those other fragments besides the main body of the bullet, are those consistent in number and configuration with the other fragments that you recovered from the body?
They appear to be, yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And the main portion of the bullet that you're now holding in your hand, does that appear to be consistent with the bullet recovered from the body as depicted in People's 50?
Yes, it does.
We appear not to have a magnifying glass. What about your crime lab? They're just one floor up, aren't they? Sure. All right, let's resolve it.
In any case, Dr. Seltzer, the fragments and the main portion of the bullet that you have seen recovered from this envelope that you identify as being the envelope you utilized for the preservation of the evidence recovered from the body during this autopsy is all consistent with the photographs and the autopsy descriptions that you've given us and that you've described to us.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you a couple of photographs of the right arm, elbow area, both inside and out of the elbow area of the right arm. Going to ask you to describe for me what you found on that area of the body during your autopsy. Your Honor, I'd ask that these photographs be marked People's 52 for the inner aspect of the right arm and People's 53 for the outer aspect. That you can follow that. Showing you what is now marked as People's 52 and People's 53. Can you tell me what you noted during the course of your autopsy with respect to that particular part of the body?
There were 2 recent bruises on the back of the right elbow, and those are visible in People's 53. The inside of the right elbow also showed another small bruise and a tan area which appeared either resolving or post-mortem in appearance just medial to that.
I have no idea what that noise is. It's driving me nuts too. It's on the court TV feed.
Did you attempt by some means to determine the age of those bruises?
Yes, the bruises on the back of the elbow were submitted for a microscopic examination.
And what did you determine?
They would be consistent with on or about the time of death. They showed no inflammatory response.
Would they be consistent with finger marks grabbing the right arm of the victim, such that there would be a grasping by the thumb and 2 fingers around the elbow area?
They could be, yes.
And for the record, I was demonstrating grabbing with my right hand, my left arm. I should do it the other way around, indicating thumb on the inner aspect of the right arm and 2 fingers on the outside, just above the elbow.
Yes.
Was there any other evidence of disease or defect in this particular victim?
No.
Then I take it there was no drugs or alcohol detected in the toxicological report?
That's correct.
And you determined the cause of death to be what, Dr. Seltzer?
It was a penetrating gunshot wound to the chest.
Now, based on the measurements and the examination that you did with respect to the trajectory of the bullet within the body, assuming that you have 2 people standing face to face and no ricochet of the bullet involved before it hits the victim, could the victim bending over at the time the shot was fired account for the downward trajectory of 75 degrees that you found?
Certainly a downward trajectory through the body, which is measured with the individual standing straight forward, could be caused by an individual bending forward. There's no way I can determine the position of the body at the time the wound was sustained.
No, not for a certainty, without making assumptions that you have no way of knowing. Right, because you see the body first time in the coroner's office. You don't see it at the scene. You don't know who was there. You don't know any of that. Is that correct?
Well, there's no way a forensic pathologist can determine the position the body was in at the time the individual was shot.
Yes, so my question is, based on the assumptions I've given you, that you have 2 people face to face with no evidence of a ricochet, could the downward trajectory be accounted for if you assume the victim was bent over at the waist? Is that consistent?
Well, I can only testify as to the terminal ballistics, that is the path of the bullet through the body. My expertise is not in firearms nor in the ballistics of the trajectory of bullets through the air.
Right, I understand that, Doctor. I'm not asking you to. All I'm asking you about is the terminal trajectory, that's the trajectory within the body. Could you account for that? Could it be consistent with the victim bending over at the time the shot was fired?
Certainly, yes.
I have nothing for it.
Yes. When you indicated that you attempted to date the age of the bruising, which is depicted in people's 52 and 53, the elbow area, were you able to establish a range of time?
Basically, inflammatory response will be present in an area of bruising in approximately 4 hours. So any lack of inflammatory response would be consistent with the injury being sustained sometimes prior to that. In other words, within a few hours.
So all you can tell us is that you were able to at least state that the bruise was within a few hours of the time of death?
Yes.
Correct? And you indicated on direct that one of the possibilities could be a person grabbing in the manner that Ms. Clark showed you, correct?
I was only asked if it could be accounted for in that way. My response was yes.
And could it also be accounted for in a number of other ways?
I suppose so, yes. It's the bruises on the inside of the arm and the back of the arm showed no abrasion, no indication of scraping of the skin surface, but certainly a bruise can be caused in a number of ways.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Did you determine that the bruising on the inside and the outside of the arm were made at roughly the same time, both consistent with at or near the time of death?
They appear to be, yes.
I have nothing further.
This is photographs, please. All of it. Oh, thank you. The gunshot wound was apparently just to the right of the sternum, was it? The breastbone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did it go between ribs?
No, Your Honor, it hit the top of the fourth rib. It was a very sharp downward angle initially, and then on striking the rib, that was changed slightly in a less downward trajectory.
Less downward. Is the 75 degrees the angle of the short segment
Yes, Your
where it
Honor.
struck the rib?
Yes, Your Honor, that estimate between the skin surface and the rib.
Okay. And then it's a lesser angle from that point until it hit the vertebra.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. And when this bullet hit the heart, it also hit the aorta. Is that because it hit the descending aorta behind the heart?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it wasn't so massive that it would hit the aortic arch or anything like that?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And just to clarify, neither of the bruises on the elbow showed any sign of the inflammatory process that you spoke of that starts about 4 hours after the injury?
The bruises to the body were sectioned in a representative fashion. Of the bruises to the elbow, one of the two on the back of the arm was submitted as section C, and there was no inflammation in that section. The other bruises on the arm had the same gross appearance as that one.
Yeah, but they were not submitted for...
That's correct, Your Honor.
Microscopic analysis, all right. Thank you. Nothing further? Anything further?
Yes. Would the bruising also be consistent, assuming that Ms. Schaeffer did not die instantaneously, with someone coming to her aid, perhaps grabbing her, moving the body at all?
Certainly, it's hard to rule that out. Typically, the body does not bruise after death. When the paramedics arrived, I believe she showed no blood pressure, pulse, or respiration, which would indicate that there's no evidence that the heart was still pumping blood at that time.
No signs of life.
Although a resuscitation was performed and she was taken to the hospital, where then she was subsequently officially pronounced dead.
But, and also, assuming that she did not die instantaneously, that she was still alive, someone rendering aid, not a paramedic, a neighbor, someone else coming to the scene, and perhaps touching the body, grabbing the body, that would be consistent with it.
I had a coworker that would get mad at me for checking a pulse and a blood pressure. And I was like, listen, if I'm going to pronounce someone dead, I'm going to make damn sure there's no signs of life. Because that's my name in that chart and on that doctor's order. Like, really, come on. And she'd be like, come on, Debbie, what are you doing that for? You know you're not going to find nothing. And yeah, I know I'm not going to find nothing. I want a scientific proof. I'm not just going to say, oh, I think they're gone. I mean, come on.
Not also.
That's difficult to answer because the indication here is that there was no heartbeat. So in order for a bruise to actually occur, there would have to be not only injury at that area, but also blood pumping into that tissue. And I have no evidence that there was heartbeat at that time.
You're referring to the time the paramedics arrived, correct?
Yes, that's the only indication that I have.
The question I'm asking you is prior to the paramedics arriving, somebody else, non-paramedic, could that then explain the bruising?
The objection is irrelevant. In the absence of any evidence to indicate there was anyone who did touch the body in such a manner prior to the arrival of the paramedics.
Well, I think that the counsel is allowed to elaborate all the possibilities, and then we'll weigh them in light of all the other evidence. We haven't heard the defense.
That's not an evidence. There's no proof.
You may answer.
I don't know she was moved.
If there was some injury in the area of the arm while the heart was still pumping blood, then yes, that would be possible.
In any event, I thought I understood your testimony to be, I think it was on cross, that you set the range of time of within 4 hours of the death of Ms. Schaeffer. Is that correct?
Yes, the bruise on the arm that was sectioned that had a similar appearance to the other bruises did not show any inflammatory response. After an injury, usually inflammatory response will be present in approximately 4 hours.
Thank you. I have nothing further on.
Oh, it started back up again.
Response in any way visible, just from a gross observation?
No, Your Honor, it would be unlikely. It's usually a period of 24 to 48 hours before a bruise would then again show some yellowish discoloration.
All right. Is there any way that you can make an estimate, considering the massive damage to both the aorta and the right chambers of the heart, as to how long a heart could be expected to pump blood in that condition? Now, again, obviously there would be little chance of the right side of the heart, which basically supplies blood to the lungs for aeration. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
So that would not pump. Is that correct?
Well, the heart may go into an arrhythmia, and the entire heart muscle may erratically contract in what is known as an arrhythmia, perhaps a ventricular fibrillation, in which it would show some contraction of the muscle, but not in any effective pumping fashion.
Yeah, but you need effective pumping.
That's correct.
Isn't fibrillation a result of a number of muscle fibers acting in a sort of semi-random
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, and so it doesn't really effectively pump blood.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. What about the left side of the heart, which, as I understand it, is responsible for supplying circulation to the rest of the body? In the presence of that kind of damage to the right ventricle and the right atrium, the septum and the aorta, would there be any reasonable possibility of that continuing to pump?
I can't answer your question with 100% certainty one way or the other. I think it may not. It may be such damage to the heart that none of the heart muscle would effectively pump blood.
All right, you said the damage was to the descending aorta.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would that be above the area that would send, for example, the brachial artery to the right arm?
No, Your Honor, that would be below that area along the T12 spine where the bullet impacted and fragmented.
Okay. Thank you. And any further?
I have one question. If inflammation does not begin to show for 4 hours, you're talking about the microscopic detection of inflammation, are you not?
My statement was that it's usually evident by 4 hours. So although the process may begin sooner than that, usually it's evident by that time. Certainly it's not an instantaneous factor as one would turn on a light switch. It's a slowly evolving process. This did not show any indication that that process had become established or was evident. It appeared to be fresh hemorrhage.
Okay. So my question is, what would your, if you can give us one, what rough estimate could you give us as to the time frame within which, prior to the death, those bruises on the right arm could have been made?
I've given you as close an estimate as one is able to do using microscopic studies.
Okay, so no more than 4 hours, is that?
That's the closest time estimate that one can give.
And given the nature of the wounds that you've indicated and the damage done to the heart in this particular case, is it somewhat unlikely that the bruising would have occurred after the shot was fired?
It would be much less likely that that could occur, yes.
I have nothing further.
Nothing further. All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes, no objection.
All right. May be excused. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have my next witness just flew in from Washington, D.C. I believe he will. I asked him to be here by 3 o'clock. He literally stepped off the airplane.
Time for recess. Anyway, this is the ATF person.
Yes.
Who's going to talk about logistics.
Yes.
Correct. We'll be in recess. How long do you need, Ms. Clark?
I'm ready right now, Your Honor. It's whenever he shows up. So, 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock's fine.
Thank you. Sir, could you please state your occupation?
I'm a firearms and tool mark examiner.
And by whom are you presently employed?
I'm presently employed by the United States Treasury, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms at their National Laboratory Center in Rockville, Maryland.
And what position do you hold?
The senior firearms and tool mark examiner.
Tell me how you get to that position.
20 years hard work.
And when you say 20 years, where did you start?
I was a member of the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. for 20 years, 16 of that as a firearms and tool mark examiner. Then I went over to ATF for the last 2 years and 3 months or so as a firearms and tool mark examiner with the Bureau.
As a senior examiner, does that give you some special duties over, say, a junior or regular examiner?
Yes, ma'am. I have to oversee the technical operation of the laboratory for the Bureau.
Now, what are your duties then at this particular time?
The duties are the examination of firearms and tool mark evidence.
Okay. Can you state for us what is your background and training in this field?
Most of my training is on-the-job training from recognized experts in the field. In that respect, I have had training at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, the FBI Laboratory in Washington, D.C., different firearms laboratories on the East Coast, including the Philadelphia Police Department, Maryland State Police, Baltimore City Police, and so on.
How many cases approximately have you testified in concerning firearms identification?
In court?
In court.
Over 385 times.
And have you qualified as an expert in the field in each and every one of those cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to trajectory, that is ballistics testimony, have you ever testified in court cases concerning that topic?
People mistake the word ballistics. I testify in bullets identified to firearms and the trajectory of bullets. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong.
Bullets are considered to internal ballistics?
Internal ballistics, external ballistics, yes, Your Honor.
As well, trajectories?
No, not really trajectory as such.
Okay.
Have you testified in previous cases to an estimation based upon evidence given to you of distances from which guns might have been fired?
And gunshot residue, gunpowder residue, that's different, yes, ma'am.
On approximately how many occasions?
I've testified over 100 times in that field.
As an expert in each of those times?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the case in which you're now testifying before this court, did you receive some evidence from Los Angeles Police Department on approximately March 11th of 1991?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you items that have already been marked, sir, and I'm going to ask you if there's some way by which you can indicate whether or not these were items that you personally did examine. To avoid running up and back a few times, I'm just going to put them all up here and ask you one by one. You lifted a pistol out of a box. Have you ever seen that pistol before?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And was that one of the items that was transferred to you in connection with this case for examination?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now, you're aware that we are not alleging this to be the actual murder weapon, are you not?
That's correct.
It was sent to you as a facsimile gun to give some estimation of the operation of the gun that we believe to be the murder weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you an item, and that has been previously marked as, I believe, people's... Excuse me, Your Honor. People 7. Showing you now an envelope on the front of which bears the writing, the print coroner evidence. I'm removing from it a small manila envelope from which the top has just been cut by myself on the record, and ask if you recognize the seals on that envelope.
Yes, ma'am. I put these seals on here myself. And also the letter Q1 and my initials JMJ.
And that indicates to you that these were items that you received, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've recovered from that another manila envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
And from inside that envelope, what do you see?
It's a bullet and some lead and copper fragments.
Now that item also bore formerly, before I cut it off, this red seal that you previously identified as yours?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is another item that was sent to you in connection with your analysis in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the item that has now been marked, I believe it's People's 34.
I know.
Yes. The robe. Is this an item that you also examined in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
You're referring, you just picked up a plastic envelope that appears to bear your seal. Can you tell me what's contained in there?
What is contained here is just debris from the package when it was opened for examination.
And there is a white envelope that bears some writing on the front. Is that your writing, sir?
No, it's not.
And the item that is contained in this envelope, this blue robe, is that an item that you examined?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, first of all, with respect to the small manila envelope on which you said your seal appeared, which has now been marked for evidence as, excuse me, Your Honor, People's 51. You're holding it in your hand now, sir. Can you tell me whether what you determined based on your analysis and examination of those items?
I performed an examination on the contents of this envelope. It ends up to be a fired bullet, copper-jacketed lead bullet, and 14 lead and copper-jacketed fragments. The total weight of all the fragments and the bullets is 152 grains. The bullet, the copper-jacketed bullet fragment, is a Hydroshock bullet, which is made by Federal. And with a total weight of 152 grains of all the fragments and the large bullet fragment, it would have to be a .357 Magnum bullet, because they only load that weight bullet into a .357 Magnum. If it was a .38, it'd be 129 grains or less in that area.
And the amount of fragments, or the grain weight of the fragments that you were able to see in that envelope, indicated to you that perhaps 6 grains were lost, but the bullet had to have originally weighed 158 grains?
Well, it didn't weigh 129. It weighed more than 120, 152, so it has to be the 158 grain.
That's
357, yes, ma'am.
That's the only weight that is consistent with what you have found left over in the envelope that was marked the coroner's envelope.
Yes, ma'am. Plus further identification of examination of the bullet, the diameter, counting the land and groove impressions on the bullet, measuring those.
What did you learn based on the land and groove width measurements?
Each manufacturer of a firearm has its own specifications of how many lands and how many grooves and direction of twist they put into the barrel of their firearms. By measuring the land and groove impressions and counting them and determining the twist, I'm able to tell the investigator what type, among weapons, what type weapon he's looking for. So by doing that and coming back with 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist and the correct measurements and checking them with all the references I have available to me, I'm able to tell them that they're looking for either a .357 Magnum revolver manufactured by Astra or Rossi.
Now, did you test fire the gun you had in front of you previously marked as People's 7?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And when you did so, sir, did you take care to test fire it with rounds that were of the same type and caliber as that shown in the coroner's bullet that you've examined that has been marked as People's 51?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And upon doing so, sir, what, if anything, did you determine?
That the firearm functioned properly.
And did you also examine the test-fired rounds that you fired from that gun?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I also weighed them and measured them and counted the lands and grooves and measured the lands and grooves on them. They were consistent with the fired bullet from the coroner's office.
And when you say consistent with, you're saying that they're consistent in terms of the general land and groove width measurements and the direction and number of twist, not matching test-fired evidence round, correct?
That's correct. The accidental markings put on there by the barrel of this weapon were different from those on the bullet from the coroner's office.
All right, sir, I'm going to show you an ATF 4473 form. This one has previously been marked as People's 6, and ask you if you had a copy of that sent to you as part of the evidence in this case.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you tell me whether the gun described, which I imagine appears in the lower half of this document, whether the gun described in that document is consistent with the firearm that could have fired the coroner's bullet that you examined in this case, People's 51?
Yes, ma'am. The weapons are identical except for a serial number, and they're one off on the serial number.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the gun itself that's in front of you, People's 7?
7, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and okay. The gun described in this particular transaction form in front of you describes a gun of the same make and caliber and model and barrel length as the one in front of you that is People's 7.
Yes, ma'am.
And now I'm asking you whether or not the gun described in this ATF Form 4473, which has been marked as People's 6, could have fired the coroner's round that you've examined, which is marked as People's 51.
It has the same rifling characteristics, yes, ma'am.
And the facsimile gun that we have in front of you there, sir, People's 7, is one serial number below the gun described in the ATF form marked as People's 6?
That's correct.
Now, you were also
Aston, JOS.
showing you now to avoid running up and back a few times. I'm just going to put them all up here and ask you one by one. Department on approximately March 11th of 1991.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to show you items that have already been marked, sir, and I'm going to ask you if there's some way by which you can indicate whether or not these are items that you personally did examine. To avoid running up and back a few times, I'm just going to put them all up here and ask you one by one. You lifted a pistol out of a box. Have you ever seen that pistol before?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And was that one of the items that was transferred to you in connection with this case for examination?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now, you're aware that we are not alleging this to be the actual murder weapon, are you not?
That's correct.
It was sent to you as a facsimile gun to give some estimation of the operation of the gun that we believe to be the murder weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you an item, and that has been previously marked as, I believe, People's... Excuse me, Your Honor. People's 7. Showing you now an envelope on the front of which bears the writing, the print coroner evidence. I'm removing from it a small manila envelope from which the top has just been cut by myself on the record, and ask if you recognize the seals on that envelope.
Yes, ma'am. I put these seals on here myself. And also the letter Q1 and my initials JMJ.
And that indicates to you that these were items that you received, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've recovered from that another manila envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
And from inside that envelope, what do you see?
It's a bullet and some lead and copper fragments.
Now, that item also bore formerly, before I cut it off, this red seal that you previously identified as yours?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is another item that was sent to you in connection with your analysis in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the item that has now been marked, I believe it's People's 34. Yes. The robe. Is this an item that you also examined in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
You just picked up a plastic envelope that appears to bear your seal. Can you tell me what's contained in there?
What is contained here is just debris from the package when it was opened for examination.
And there is a white envelope that bears some writing on the front. Is that your writing, sir?
No, it's not.
And the item that is contained in this envelope, this blue robe, is that an item that you examined?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, first of all, with respect to the small manila envelope on which you said your seal appeared, which has now been marked for evidence as excuse me, Your Honor, People's 51. You're holding it in your hand now, sir. Can you tell me whether what you determined based on your analysis and examination of those items?
I performed an examination on the contents of this envelope. It ends up to be a fired bullet, copper-jacketed lead bullet, and 14 lead and copper-jacketed fragments. The total weight of all the fragments and the bullets is 152 grains. The bullet, the copper-jacketed bullet fragment, is a Hydroshock bullet, which is made by Federal. And with a total weight of 152 grains of all the fragments and the large bullet fragment, it would have to be a .357 Magnum bullet, because they only load that weight bullet into a .357 Magnum. If it was a .38, it'd be 129 grains or less in that area.
And the amount of fragments, or the grain weight of the fragments that you were able to see in that envelope indicated to you that perhaps 6 grains were lost, but the bullet had to have originally weighed 158 grains?
Well, it didn't weigh 129. It weighed more than 120, 152, so it has to be the 158 grain.
That's the only,
357, yes, ma'am.
that's the only weight that is consistent with what you have found left over in the envelope that is marked the coroner's envelope.
Yes, ma'am. Plus further identification of examination of the bullet, the diameter, counting the land and groove impressions on the bullet, measuring those.
What did you learn based on the land and groove width measurements?
Each manufacturer of a firearm has its own specifications of how many lands and how many grooves and direction of twist they put into the barrel of their firearms. By measuring the land and groove impressions and counting them and determining the twist, I'm able to tell the investigator what type, among weapons, what type weapon he's looking for. So by doing that and coming back with 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist and the correct measurements and checking them with all the references I have available to me, I'm able to tell them that they're looking for either a .357 Magnum revolver manufactured by Astra or Rossi.
Now, did you test fire the gun you had in front of you previously marked as People's 7?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And when you did so, sir, did you take care to test fire it with rounds that were of the same type and caliber as that shown in the coroner's bullet that you've examined that has been marked as People's 51?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And upon doing so, sir, what, if anything, did you determine?
That the firearm functioned properly.
And did you also examine the test-fired rounds that you fired from that gun?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I also weighed them and measured them and counted the lands and grooves and measured the lands and grooves on them. They were consistent with the fired bullet from the coroner's office.
And when you say consistent with, you're saying that they're consistent in terms of the general land and groove width measurements and the direction and number of twist, not matching test-fired evidence round, correct?
That's correct. The accidental markings put on there by the barrel of this weapon were different from those on the bullet from the coroner's office.
All right, sir, I'm going to show you an ATF 4473 form. This one has previously been marked as People's 6, and ask you if you had a copy of that sent to you as part of the evidence in this case.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you tell me whether the gun described, which I imagine appears in the lower half of this document, whether the gun described in that document is consistent with the firearm that could have fired the coroner's bullet that you examined in this case, People's 51?
Yes, ma'am. The weapons are identical except for serial number, and they're one off on the serial number.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the gun itself that's in front of you, People's 7?
7, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and okay. The gun described in this particular transaction form in front of you describes a gun of the same make and caliber and model and barrel length as the one in front of you that is People's 7.
Yes, ma'am.
And now I'm asking you whether or not the gun described in this ATF Form 4473, which has been marked as People's 6, could have fired the coroner's round that you've examined, which is marked as People's 51.
It has the same rifling characteristics, yes, ma'am.
And the facsimile gun that we have in front of you there, sir, People's 7, is one serial number below the gun described in the ATF form marked as People's 6?
That's correct.
Now, you were also sent some live rounds to examine. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe they're in front of you on the witness stand. This has been marked previously as People's 36. It's a manila envelope. I'm going to just take it out of this large envelope. Okay, for the record, Your Honor, I have recovered again from this envelope 2 what appear to be live rounds.
That's correct.
And 1 plastic baggie. Can you tell me, sir, if you examined the items that are now contained in that plastic baggie and the 2 live rounds that are recovered from the envelope in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me, sir, what you determined based on that examination?
I disassembled this cartridge for examination to determine the bullet weight and the grain weight of the bullet and diameter and everything for the design to compare against the bullet from the coroner's office. And the other 2 rounds, all 3 are .357 Magnum cartridges manufactured by Federal. They are Hydra-Shock bullets, similar to the bullet from the coroner's office.
Can you tell me what, if anything, are the unique characteristics pertinent to these particular type of rounds?
The bullet is very distinctive. The bullet, down the hollow point of the bullet, there is a shaft, a lead shaft coming up the center. So that when this bullet hits a target, the shaft continues to go and the bullet mushrooms back very well, causing, the shaft continuing to drive into the target.
So does the bullet mushroom on impact?
It'll mushroom right at impact and during impact.
It'll continue to mushroom then after it's entered?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it designed for that purpose?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you examined this coroner's bullet, did you make any observations concerning its condition other than the land and groove width and the grain weight and the twist?
The bullet is a very dirty bullet. It covered with lead. The rifling where the bullet goes down the barrel and comes in contact with the rifling was heavily concentrated with lead.
Can you tell me how that can happen?
My opinion is it was fired from a weapon that was filthy, had been fired numerous times using lead ammunition, so that the barrel had not been cleaned and just had continuously fired using lead ammunition, building up in the barrel. And when you fire a copper jacketed bullet, being the heavier metal, it'll take the lead out with it.
Basically clean it out and pick up the leading that's in the barrel?
Basically, yes, ma'am.
The kind of bullets that'll leave that kind of leading in a barrel, would those be, for example, reloaded ammunition?
Could be reloaded or standard ammunition, but it could be reloaded, yes, ma'am.
Why would reloaded ammunition leave that kind of leading?
Reloading means that people will cast their own bullets or buy them already cast, but the content of lead, they're not restricted in what's in the bullet. They could take tire weights where you get your front end aligned and They put lead weights on the rim to balance your tire, can melt those down, and they're not the consistency of a manufactured bullet. The manufacturer is going to manufacture a bullet which has a hardness so it holds together, and it's consistent with its velocity and very accurate. They're not going to use junk. So if you have soft lead, which can deform and just hit something light and it's going to deform, but it'll also let up the barrel of a weapon real easily.
So, for example, if someone has fired many, many, many such rounds like reloads, or, for example, I forgot to ask you this, sir, would wad cutters also produce that kind of leading in the barrel?
Yes, ma'am, and most bullets that are reloaded that I know of are wad cutters.
Again, for the same reason that you've indicated with the reloads?
Yes, ma'am, and wad cutters are primarily made for target shooting at paper, because they make nice round holes instead of puckered holes. And if you're shooting in any kind of competition, you want nice clean round holes so you can count your score.
So wad cutters and reloads are cheaper forms of ammunition?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
So if somebody took a gun, even though it had been previously cleaned, for example, or new, and fired many, many, many rounds like wad cutters or reloads through it, and then not cleaned it, and then fired one round such as the one you have before you in the coroner's envelope, People's 51 in this case, would you expect to find that final round, the final copper-jacketed round, to look like the one you have before you in People's 51?
Yes, ma'am.
I showed you item number 34, the robe, and you identified that as one of the items you examined in the course of your examination and analysis in this case?
Yes.
Did you, based upon the examination of evidence in this case, including that robe, make some determination as to the distance from the muzzle of the gun to the person wearing the robe that would have been in existence at the time the shot was fired?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
By doing an examination of the garment, looking for gunshot and gunpowder residue on the garment, by processing it chemically, coming up with a pattern, and by test firing this firearm, Government's Exhibit 7, and a 2-inch barreled firearm, a Smith & Wesson, at different distances, I was able to reproduce that pattern on a piece of material. And by shooting the two firearms and reproducing that pattern, I was able to say that, in my opinion, the barrel of the firearm was between 12 and 18 inches from the robe.
Now, the gun that we have is marked as People's 7, the facsimile gun. You examined that gun before you test fired it, did you not?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And based on your examination and also your experience with test firing that gun, can you tell me whether or not that gun appeared to have had a lot of use?
This firearm did not have that much use, no, ma'am.
Okay, that gun, People's 7 there, did not?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you attempt to determine what the trigger pull was?
Yes, ma'am, it's part of the examination to measure the trigger pull.
First of all, you determined both single action and double action?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you describe for us or explain to us what is meant by single and double action?
Can I demonstrate?
Yes.
With firearms empty. Single action is when you cock the firearm, the hammer stays back and it's ready to fire. It has already cycled to the next cylinder hole. By cocking the weapon, you're making the trigger lighter than if you had to just pull the trigger back. By pulling the trigger, in this firearm, I measured the single action, which this is, to be 5 pounds. Now, this weapon also operates in double action, means by just pulling the trigger, the cylinder rotates, the hammer goes back so far, and then it falls forward, firing the round. Double action is much heavier than single action. And in this case, the double action was between, I believe, 14 and 16 pounds. Double action, yes, Your Honor.
So it's picked, if the gun is picked up uncocked, it would require approximately 14 to 16 pounds of pressure to fire the gun.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you a holster that has been marked as People's 8 and ask you whether or not the gun you have there, the facsimile gun People's 7, can fit into this holster.
I've never tried it. Do you want me to attempt to?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, it can fit in this holster.
Can you tell me, sir, whether or not it would appear that holster was made for that gun?
No, ma'am, it wasn't.
I have nothing further.
No, I have no question.
I take it there was no bullet hole in the robe, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, there was a bullet hole in the robe.
There was a bullet hole?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
It was about a couple inches down in this location.
The distribution of the pattern that you found on the robe?
There was approximately a 6-inch pattern around the hole.
Right. But it wasn't a complete circle, was it?
No, Your Honor, it wasn't. It was broken.
Right. That wasn't broken. I haven't examined the robe because it's not in evidence.
It hasn't been moved into evidence.
I know.
But I'm about to do that.
All right. You may be excused. May this witness be excused to go back to Washington? All right. Thank you, sir.
And, Your Honor, the remaining witnesses I have are scheduled for tomorrow morning.
Patient,
More
Judge.
rapidly
Yes.
again.
All right.
I'm sorry. I do apologize.
Very difficult to estimate how long it'll take. I'm satisfied with the progress of the case. All right, we'll be in recess tomorrow. The calendar is rather heavy, but I'm going to set it for 10:30 because a lot of the matters are certified pleas and arraignments, so they shouldn't take that long. All right, 10:30, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
believe the people will be able to arrest it by noon.
By noon?
Yes.
All right.
At this time, Your Honor, I believe that we have moved into evidence all items up to 32. We would ask that the remaining items through 53 be moved into evidence at this time.
An objection from the defense? All right.
I will offer a further stipulation tomorrow, Your Honor, detailing exactly which items require the stipulation concerning the identity of the maker of written materials that we believe that we are alleging is Robert Bardo.
All right.
And at that time, I'll offer a final stipulation as to all items.
All right, we'll be in recess then until 10:30. I'll see counsel in chambers regarding further scheduling beyond tomorrow.
Okay, guys. That's all I'm gonna do today. I'm still hurting a lot from yesterday. The procedure that I had yesterday, I'm having more pain after it than I did in the last one. I hope this isn't going to be like every one I have hurts worse than the one before. But I want to keep doing this until I can't anymore because I want to hold off surgery for as long as possible. So, if you didn't see it, I put up a video last night about Morgan Geyser. Yes, she has been caught. I don't really know what goes on from here. I'm pretty sure they're not going to let her be released again. Peter Tragos and his dad did a video last night. They kind of feel the same way. But I don't know. Don't know what's going to happen, but I will keep you guys posted. The hearing apparently with the 15-year-old that killed his mom 2 years ago, I'm assuming it still happened, but it wasn't public. But that trial will be coming up in 2026, and it is a Florida trial, so surprised the hearing wasn't public because we have the Sunshine Law where our trials are public. But we will be doing that trial next year. I think that's everything, guys. Y'all have a good Thanksgiving. Nobody is paying any attention to me anymore, which is another reason why I'm calling it early. So, I love you guys. Be kind to people. Love your family. Especially tomorrow. Everybody love your family. I know it's hard, but you gotta do it. So do it. And remember me when you do it. Just remember, Debbie says I have to love my family. And Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. I will see you Friday, bright and early, 8 o'clock. Be here. Have a great Thanksgiving. I love you all. Eat too much.